chatto, it's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, we are hopefully going to be blessed with a youth intake. Now, they've promised us a golden generation, but will it be golden or will it be pyrite? Find out today. We're still the kings of XG and the paupers of actual goals. Can we sort that? Probably not, but we'll definitely hit a few posts along the way. All that and more will be coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons and little baby stirrups. Just teeny. Her Majesty's stirrups, you might even say. Double Her Majesty's stirrups. Yeah, I thought I'd crack out a Tromsø shirt today, but I'd mix things up a little bit. I haven't worn this shirt in, honestly, years. I was a bit worried that it wouldn't fit all that well. It just about fits, which is okay. Just about. Salty Scotsman, thank you very much for the 35 months as well. Holy shit, that is a lot of months. And Gus Fring now, thank you very much for the follow as well. I appreciate that. And anybody who followed while I was offline, I appreciate you too. And ABH, no, it's a Tromsø shirt that I got. Hang on, let me see if I can turn the stream volume down without triggering the intro. Look at him go. Look at him go. Fuck me. Call that fool's pyrite. The pyrite community. Big fan of that. I never remember. I can't remember who it was that coined the term pyrite generation in chat when talking about youth intakes, but it was an absolutely inspired piece of vernacular, you know? Nick Pooh with the 41 months. Holy shit, Nick. That is a lot of bloody months. Thank you so much, friend. That's very, very kind of you. They had Sparta on the show as well. Oh, do they really? Yeah, this is some Sparta Bank. No matter which way I put it, the E is hidden. One thing I love about Scandi shirts, and also dislike at the same time, is the sheer amount of sponsors you got. So I've got like a digger company up here, which is Roald Madsen. They've got obviously the kit sponsor and the badge. Then there's also one in the middle there, one here. There's also two on the back. Is it Bulldozer? Did I say Bulldozer? I meant digger. I swear I said digger. In my head, I was thinking the word digger and the word bulldozer has come out instead. Huh. Exactly, well, you need a spare bank to put my millions of pounds. I said digger. Oh, okay. So I'm confused then. Huh? Oh! Sorry, I got confused. I thought you were correcting me. I was like, I said right. You were gaslighting me into thinking I was wrong. How dare you? I'm wrong enough as it is. I don't need to be gaslit into thinking I'm wrong even more. Oh, yeah, no. Bear in mind, they know how to do it on the continent. I'm just saying. It's both interesting and bad at the same time. Oh, Fred, it's your birthday. Chat, you know what to do. Hit Fred with the beautiful, Freddie, with your beautiful HHHHBBBBs, if you could, for me. That would be tremendous. Oh, it's a bit warm in here. It's the window. Don't know. Like, the one thing about this room is it gets really cold during the night, but the radiator is... my hand is on the radiator right now, and because of all the electronics in here and all the clothes, this room just warms up like crazy. One thing I would say, having all the clothes in here certainly adds as like a sound deadening device too. Obviously, if I had something behind me like that, it would probably kind of help, but there's just, nothing to do with that. We can't put anything on the wall, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, I haven't worn this shirt in, I think, probably at least 2 years, if not longer. But it just happened to be that our drawers are broken, and the football shirt drawer was just there in front of me. And because it's obviously been moved around a lot since we moved, Tromsø shirt was just there, calling out to me. And I thought, you know what? This feels like the type of day when just maybe I can bring some good vibes, but also some good luck by repping the Tromsø boys. Ironic Christian as well with a 30... Excuse me, bloody hell. With a 34 months.
34 months of watching a man who doesn't know the difference between a digger and bulldozer.
I'll have you know, I knew the difference. I was just being gaslit. How dare you suggest such a thing? Wanderer, thank you very much for 100 bits. And also, happy early birthday.
How the devil are you? Tomorrow is my birthday. I am turning the lovely age of 20. HHHBBBB in the chat for me turning 20 and my dad's turning 53 tomorrow. Also, cool. HHHBBB Fred. Wickham made some godlike signings last night. Will Norris from Portsmouth, Xavier Simons from Hull, Adam Reach and Finn back from Forest.
Like, legit, Wickham are going for broke. They're cup or bust this season, and I kind of respect it. I mean, they're going to need to, really, aren't they? Holy shit. Freddie, thank you for the 500 bits.
Have some bitties.
It's insanely nice of you, friend. Wow. It's your birthday. You're supposed to be the one receiving gifts, not giving them. You were supposed to defeat the Sith, not join them, but thank you, friend. That's incredibly kind. 35-year-old Willian with 36-year-old Willian. Oh, I'm not exactly... Like, I'm happy to see him back because I like Willian, but I think people are getting it twisted a little bit that we're signing him to be a first-team... What do you call it? First-team... 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 First-te starter guy that's going to do stuff for us, right? There's a reason we didn't extend his contract in the summer. Part of that was obviously on him, but there's a reason we decided to move on from the Willian train in the summer, and there's also a reason it's not worked out amazingly for him at Olympiacos, right? It is a case of cover. He just doesn't like to move house. No, he's probably got a flat in Hammersmith that he is more than happy with, but it is, you know, Wilson being out, Nelson's still out. We just needed cover, basically, and I think that's all Willian's likely to be. Cover, substitute in the 75th minute, and that's fine, you know? I did hear a lot of rumours linking us with Samuel Chukwueze from Milan, but that seems to have just completely died. It's weird. Fulham do nothing all transfer window, and then on the last day, without fail, every year go, oh. They wake up like the Undertaker and go, fuck, we actually need to do stuff. But Chukwueze would have been good. Even though the bare bones an attack. I mean, to be honest, I haven't really followed Arsenal's business. I'm guessing that means they've made no business, but it's fine. You've got Kai Havertz. I actually really like Kai Havertz as a footballer. And I know he gets a lot of shit because he does miss some incredibly chances, like the one at the weekend. But I actually do quite like Kai Havertz as a footballer. And for a man that seems to never score goals, he sure scores a lot of goals. That's what I would say about Kai Havertz. It feels like people constantly say that man is shit and never scores, and yet I constantly seem to see him scoring. But he does miss a lot of chances, I'll admit. But he also gets a lot of chances. And that, I suppose, is a good thing too, right? I like him. He basically rises to the occasion. And I'm all right with that. Like, whose shirt? It's a Tromsø shirt. 3 pre-hyped. Hey, at least they didn't do a Leeds, Jacko, where they do the don't go to bed yet, fans. 2 hours later. We've sold Matt Smith to Fulham. Yeah, no, agreed. But on the plus side, Jim, what about that result on Sunday? What about that game last night, he says, on the wrong day? But you know exactly what I'm talking about. Absent Wave, thank you very much for the follow. That's very kind of you, friend. That was a hell of a match. I watched the first half, and I'll be honest with you, it was shit. It was really shit. And I was debating whether I could even be bothered to watch the second half, because it felt like one of those games where nothing is going to happen. So I muted it, and I was just reading my book. And all of a sudden, I looked up, and the match was just going off. And I thought, right, okay, I'm back in again. And holy Christ. It's like Arsenal went, well, 1-0 up. This is fine. And then City went, but hang on a minute, we actually can score a goal occasionally. And then the moment City scored, Arsenal went, hang on a minute, back into your box. Did you see that ludicrous display last night? It was literally that. Incredible scenes. Hell of a game, though. Some of the City, oh, God, they are. I mean, it was interesting to watch. And I imagine it was probably quite cathartic from an Arsenal perspective to see them finally blow out a team like City, right? Oh, it was just a good weekend of football. I mean, okay, no, sorry. It wasn't a good weekend of football if you're perhaps a Brighton fan or a Manchester City fan, I suppose. But there we go. Football shots in it. Like, I have 2 draws, MUFC fan, one of which was obviously the one that this came out of just random football shirts. For example, my random, is it a second division Cameroonian side? I've got the Gas Boys shirt with the giant log on the front that chat insisted I buy off of CFS about 5 years ago. I've still got that random Uruguayan second tier side top as well. And that Palm Beach Breakers one, which is Ape Japes. Was it Ape? It was Ape Japes, wasn't it? Because that's where we got Cam Grinlend from, wasn't it? Lewis Skelly. I love Lewis Skelly. I've not really watched him play much, obviously, because again, I don't watch Arsenal that often. But the thing I loved about him, broken draw fix. It's not likely to be fixed. Basically, Argos sold us an absolute shitter. The chest of drawers is not fit for purpose and is bowing at the sides, which means that the drawers don't fit in properly because they're too loose, so they just fall down. It would have been better off getting one from B&M, honestly, and it would have cost a third of the price. But yeah, the thing I like about Miles Lewis Skelly is I was thinking about how I would phrase this while I was watching the game. Originally, I was going to say he plays with no respect, but in a good way. But I think a better way of phrasing that is that he plays without fear and has no, like, doesn't care who his opposition is. He's going to play the same way. And I kind of like that about a young player, because I feel like some players can get overawed by the occasion where they're young and sort of get the bright lights a little bit, especially when he doesn't give a fuck. I know. And I think that is the exact type of attitude that you need to be. I think he's one of those guys that you could probably describe as a mentality monster. And to have that on such a young player is exciting as hell. Not just for Arsenal, but for England in general. Like, I really, really like him as a player. And obviously, Wanyeri looks fantastic as well. Different type of player, obviously, but holy shit. He's a bit good, isn't he? Danny, thank you for the 46 months. I'd like to point out, chat, we've just talked about football. Watch Jordan Mildred. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it, no. NUFC Pro as well with the 10 months, and TSRT with the 34. All the resubs today. You'd love to see it. Oh, God, it's warm in here. Scored up for England in March. I think, if nothing else, just to see what he's like, right? Taking the piss out of Haaland as well. It never gets funnier. That sort of stuff is just tremendous. So, today, we actually have a youth intake that isn't going to be the final thing that happens on stream for once. Because it happens in April. We're nearly in April. We've actually got one game here and then a lovely little break. Now, obviously, we're the kings of XG. We know that. 11th in the league. We're Cape Town Spurs, right? But I did a little bit of digging. Because I wanted to see if perhaps some of the data was not lying to us, but if it was inaccurate compared to what it is in my other saves. Because it's all very well us being like, oh my God, we're hitting... Although it has come down a little bit. Oh, hang on, wait, has it? Nope, tell a lie, it hasn't. It's 14%. 14% of our shots are hitting the post, right? So I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I went back to other versions of this save when we were at other clubs, because I obviously have all the save files because of the recaps, and also my Beaconsfield save, just to see what, on average, the kind of numbers are. Yeah, something's up. So, in my Beaconsfield save, the average over the 2 seasons I've done, 8%. When we were at Cardiff Drax, 9%. So, which is still a little high, 14. So, something is definitely different here, and it is really, really interesting. It does make me wonder if perhaps one of the ways that the game shows inconsistency is with inaccuracy in the shots, but because of some weirdness in the match engine, it has them hit the post instead of the just going wide. Because it seems strange to me that you'd hit the post for, like, it feels like it doesn't grade out in the same way that you'd expect from here to here, right? So one thing I also noticed as well, just sort of catching up on my findings, is that the 6% post, 6% bar hit, that is basically the same throughout all of them, which I suspect is to do with the corners. Because you know you get those corners and free kicks that clip the crossbar all the time. That's where those are coming from, and it's around about 6% in all my saves. I think in Beaconsfield it was 5, but it's lower league, so they're probably slightly less accurate. The one thing that's really notable about Seraing is the post hits. Most of the other saves, these are either 1 or 2%. On Beaconsfield, it was 1 and 1. Drax was 1 and 2, weirdly on the right-hand side. But here it's 4 and 4. So they're actually hitting specifically the posts a lot more. 4 times as much, which is really interesting. And I just thought I'd share that with you. The intake has not arrived yet. No, we've only been streaming 14 minutes. I tried to keep it as early as I could, chat, but no, the intake hasn't arrived. But we are promised a sort of... as much as loads of C players, it is allegedly a golden generation. And one thing as well, I was looking at this before Lead to More posted. They do, but remember, it's the same tactic. So the shot angles shouldn't really be any different, right? Because it's the same exact... We haven't tweaked the tactic in any way. Now, players might be in different positions, and it could also be that the different types of tactics you come up against in different leagues, and there are definitely some changes in the way that teams play, might be leading to slightly different shot angles as well. 9% overall. Player traits, possibly, although I don't think most of the players at this level have player traits, but also which player trait would they have? Hits post? You know? Gabriel F. Rodriguez, thank you very much for the follow. I think it's just, my suspicion is it's down to the consistency caused by the lower ages of the players that we've had. Most of the other teams we've managed in this save, we've been able to sign free transfers that are anywhere from 23 to 29, right? We haven't had that option here. So I suspect it's partly because of the younger players, which is just interesting, right? Lack of having 25 news. We talked about this on Sunday, but I think it's very unlikely that we're seeing a March release at this point. I was actually I was sat in bed this morning in my dressing gown with my coffee, just talking on WhatsApp with a couple of other FM creators about this exact thing, basically. And I think the conclusion we've come to is that I just don't see us making a March release, right? And I suspect what's going to happen is we'll probably end up getting some other kind of delay, and we'll find out about that in a couple of weeks, because by that point everyone would have already suspected that that's the case, right? Weirdest crossbar. I mean, hey, I'll take it. So yes, that's what I was going to say. Sorry, my apologies. Getting back on track there. The fact that we have good youth recruitment is going to be great for getting reasonable PA players, especially at this level where we dominate every other team. But what I think also really helps us is that we have 12 youth facilities and 14 junior coaching, which means not only are we going to get some really nice high PA players, but that junior coaching is going to allow us to have really high CA guys. And that's what's going to give us players that could potentially make an impact on the first team straight off the bat. These are different. They're using the Mayan calendar. The world actually ended in 2012 for them. They're just 2 weeks apart. It's called a robe. Actually, Pog and I refer to them as dressed in gowns. I say that when I'm wearing it, I say that I am dressed in gown because I'm weird like that. Shoots with power one. I'd be a cool little test to actually do. Yes, the skin is SAS24, Dill Picky. If you see that link that Johnny's just put in chat for you there, that is a download link for the skin and a video guide to it as well. Given up on the tutu. Forgive me. You might have to explain what that means. I haven't won a tutu in a long time. I have, however, won a tutu on stream. It was just quite a while ago. I think it was during a showdown, actually, wasn't it? Right. So we've got 7 league games today. We're not expecting to be chasing that because we're obviously 10 points off of it. We're also 13 points clear of this. I do want to see if we can drag this back a little bit, but I'm not expecting much. I'm just going to go with what we have as well. See Lamborn. Thank you for the tier 1. That's very kind of you, man. Welcome aboard. How's it going, man? Long time no speak. And also there was the tutu in the tutu video, which I still actually have sat on my desktop. In fact, I might even still have it up. I legitimately still have a scene that has the tutu video in it on OBS. I've just scrolled down and had a little look to see if it's still there. It actually is still a scene on OBS. Right. So yeah, my hope is we get some usable use players today, potentially, anyway. I don't know. I mean, I feel like at this point, go on, you won't. You think I realize that you say this because you know that I will, and also, fuck it.
On the Facebook. No,
it's on a Snapchat.
Or at my dad.
So we just have Facebook.
I don't know what you're doing, Kirsty.
Are you okay?
Check for a phone.
Protect my dignity.
This works better with a carpet than a wooden floor.
Such a good little
I know, this is great. I love having a wooden floor. I love the curtsy. I nearly inhaled the tutu. Hang on, this is really change. I'm stuck under the chair that way. I'm stuck.
And it goes on much like that for another full minute. I actually was, but that wasn't actually me as an emo. Basically, we went to a fancy dress party, and the theme was music genres. So I decided to go as an emo, basically. So hence why I've got like red dye in my hair, and I've got like eyeliner on. So that was my music genre, basically.
Yes, very soon.
Dill Pickly, thank you very much for the follow. That was actually FM25 gameplay. So there you go. Yeah, it's the cereal box game. I really would highly recommend playing the cereal box game if you're ever at a party and everyone's had a few beers or whatever. Basically, you get a cereal box, although I think that was actually a beer crate. And basically, you have to pick it up with your mouth without touching it with your hands, basically. And you're not allowed to put your hands on the floor either. And every round that everyone completes it, you have to tap more and more off the box, so the box gets smaller and smaller and smaller and closer to the ground, to the point where at the end, it's just the lid on the floor flat. And my mate actually managed to pick it up by sticking it, like sucking it in with his mouth. So yeah, would highly recommend it. I'll put the rest of the video in the Discord later because it's like 3 minutes long and I don't want to yap too much, you know. Are you okay? Yeah, that's my mate Charlotte being like, because she was a midwife at the time. She's got that caring gene. Meanwhile, Pog is just kicking me. I don't know what Pog was doing. Ah, tremendous. Right. I think I already set the team up and everything. Look at me go. Actually, have I? DeVos is still injured. Johnny, was it the cereal box? What did it? Thank you very much for the 15 months. That's very kind of you, friend. I think we're good. Oh, hang on, Lawrence. As good as Pitty's done, I think Lawrence is probably still the man for that job. Perving up the tutu. Bear in mind as well, I didn't choose to wear that tutu. I should stress, the tutu wasn't part of my costume. My costume was just skinny jeans, black Alterbridge t-shirt that I bought 18 years ago, red hair dye and all that sort of straightened hair and that jazz. I even had like Converse for it as well. The tutu was part of my other friend's costume who went as Baby Metal. That's how I ended up with the tutu. Who was Sans Tutu? That would be my friend Twazzock, who you may recognise from chat. He's tutu loving. Okay. Yeah, I'll do, innit? Oh, wait, no, I want Pity on the bench. What am I doing? Honestly, I feel like we can get rid of Chams Dina. Hate to say it, but yeah. It's a good Desmond. Solid Desmondry. Okay. Oh, by the way, before we get into the game, apologies again, there was, I was looking through the clauses that we've got to sell, right? And do you remember chat? Why is it not showing up? There we go. we were looking through random players that we could loan, and one of them that came up was Lucas Jacks, and you were all like, oh yeah, he used to play for us. Yeah, so we have a 30% of next transfer fee on Lucas Jacks. Man is worth 4.4 to 7.6 million quid and has actually played 14 times for Club Brugge. This guy is the real deal, and he's still only 18 years old, and we have a 30% of next fee. Not profit, fee. Not that it would have mattered because they paid 15k for him anyway. Point being, we could be set to make millions off of this guy here, and it's the sort of thing that could potentially really soothe those financial worries slightly. I didn't realize that we had such a steep clause on him, but these are the kind of guys that, I mean, he's still only 18 years old. So it's kind of crazy that he must have been one of those guys that genned at the club. We could get over $1 million. I think we could get more. Remember, 30% of next fee. Even if he went for 5 million quid, 30% is around 1.5 million. How bad is the debt? Extremely bad. Excuse me. 13.3 million pounds is the net debt. So that's excluding the fact that we've actually got 500k in the bank currently right now. Transfer revenue. Well, the transfer revenue bit as well. But when I'm talking about us getting money, I mean just the club getting money. Obviously, we would get sod all out of that. If we got 1.5 million, it would give us like 150k. But I'm just trying to think about solving the club's financial struggles at this point, right? Because we really do need to do that. Extend. There's no way that they don't extend a guy that's played. He's 18 years old and has played 14 senior games for Club Brugge. There is zero chance they're not extending that deal. He almost certainly isn't too bad. It is when we're making no money. And the board aren't going to let us do anything until we can clear the debt. It's going to be tough. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, for us, there's no point in us having transfer budget. Any transfer budget I get, I either stuff into scouting or wages. Because next year, I'm going to get 18k together so we can have full Belgium scouting the entire year. That'll allow us to do all kinds of silly loveliness, basically, and get a load more Belgian amateurs. Because let's not forget, right? This lot are all joining us in the summer. Every single one of these guys. That's just the first. These are all Belgian amateurs from the lower leagues. The chances of one of these guys being good is surely, yeah. He was playing games for Brugge. I think actually he was playing when he was. Bear in mind, he's 18 now, and yeah, so it is this season. So he's 17. His 17/18 year, he's been playing games in the top flight, albeit mostly as a substitute. But he has already scored a goal. This guy is the real deal. I think he got Belgian. Capped under 19 level, so maybe not. Point is, he's absolutely goated. And I do wonder if there's an outside chance that we could potentially take him on loan next year. Because I think as a shadow striker, he would absolutely cook at this level. Look at the composure, the finishing, the pace. Good on both feet. He is truly incredible. If we could find a way to bring this guy in next summer on a loan, whether they'd let us or not, I don't know. Maybe they'll sign some players that will like take over a little bit, and then that will allow us the space to do so. That's the sort of thing that could finally break our goal scoring problems, basically. But I think the fact that he's playing for them this season means the chances of us getting him on loan now is probably very slim, unless they sign a load of players, which could push him down the pecking order potentially. Absolutely peanuts. I'm hoping that's not the case. That's why I tend to sell the clauses rather than wait for them to expire. But the thing is, we've never been offered the opportunity to sell the clause. They've never offered to buy it, so it's not like we've had to make that choice. But we will see. Get impact if it's a sell-on clause. It does, yes. So if you sell a sell-on clause, that still counts as transfer revenue. So at the moment, we only have 10%. And obviously the board aren't going to change that anytime soon on account of the fact that we're in £13 million of debt. So we're not going to be able to earn much transfer revenue ourselves to actually spend because we get fuck all of it. But it does at least like add more to wiping out the debt. I have an out-and-out striker because we're playing a strikerless tactic. So it would sort of defeat the point. As in, if we had an out-and-out striker, then he wouldn't be able to play because we wouldn't fit into the tactical star. What we're kind of doing is trying to find those striker guys that can play as a number 10 and use them as a shadow striker role, basically. And that at this level is a little bit difficult. But that's why, for example, if we could get someone like Lucas Jacks, he could be that guy. Because it feels like most of the time when you get strikers, their secondary role is usually a winger. It's annoying, but it's true. They usually end up being secondary wingers rather than number 10s. So I'm hoping that we can get a couple of guys maybe that do. That would be nice. The Golden Generation hasn't arrived yet, no. That'll be today. I don't do strikerless much. I'm trying to remember the last time I actually pulled off strikerless. But this one, genuinely, everything... This is going to be a penalty or something, isn't it? No. Everything is telling me that this is a good system. It's just, oh, okay, that's actually a really nice punch. We could get them in the transition here. Even if the team has massively underperformed this season, the numbers are good. And so I'm more than happy to persist with this. because I believe that eventually it will lead to something good for us. Once the players start betting in a bit more and we get some more guys in and just build the club in the way that we want to. Oh, here we go. Guillaume. It's Labro. He's through. Labro! And it's Le Goal. Hoogstraten 0, Seraing 1. And I feel like Matisse Labro, we just have to send it with him for the final 7 games of the season and see if he can do like a Sam Aston or a Robbie Swinburne. Popping on. I did, yes. They were talking about on a podcast I was listening to yesterday when I was out on my run. That must have cost him a fortune. The bro does it. It's a good pass from Guillaume as well. Is that through the... Oh, I thought that was through the 5-hole. I think you might be right, Viva. But I also think that even if we don't, it's not the end of the world, because I believe that with a full summer of us specifically trying to find that with full Belgium scouting, I believe we'll be able to hunt down a player that can do the job, as it's going to be a red card for Bakali. That is filth. Send the dirty bugger off. And now he's done it. Absolutely horrendous tackle from Bakali. This should hopefully allow us to kick on. It's kind of mad that we'd still be 11th as things stand. Albeit, we'd actually only be 3 points off of 4th place. So, God, this league is tight, man. It's actually insane how tight this league is. Like, we'd be 8 points away from 12th, but also 8 points away from 2nd. Pesciolino flashbacks. We'll probably lose now. Yeah, the Philly game was really weird, because in that first period... Oh, come on, no. Oh, as if that's a penalty. In what way is that a penalty? But yeah, I mean, Christ on a bike, FM. Come on, goalkeeper, do a thing. I dare you. Oh, he did a thing. Van Wraith trying to claw back a little bit of that expected goals against that he's been in the whole of. Yeah, Philly was weird. Like, they really started that game very well, but they didn't create a lot of really high quality chances. It was just a lot of shots on goal that kind of were a bit meaningless. And once we got that first goal, it was brilliant, because Philly should have scored on that breakaway. And then the fact we go straight up the other end with Sam Gerrard, and that's a brilliant goal. I think we're starting to bed in a little bit now. 2 back-to-back shutouts as well is just something the Avs don't do. We're more of a will score more than you type of team. There's a vote next week. We'll change the way the top flight works. It'll be a Swiss style system. No way. I love how Belgium are like the pioneers of football league of nonsense in this way. It's like, how can we make our... Hey, he still made the save, right? That's what really matters. We should be okay from this point onwards, given that we're against 10 men. And we already have the lead. I'm hoping... God, look at the amount of possession they're able to get with 10 men. These guys are a weird team because they're like the opposite of us. Shutouts. Yes. Back-to-back shutouts. As in, he didn't concede a goal in 2 games. Oh, shit. Come on. Good save again. Van Wraith is earning his money right now. Counter-Strike, mate. Do you think there'll be a loser bracket as well? Because if so, count me in. I'm all about it. That is mad that Belgium are doing it again, considering their league is already a bit crazy. Oh, for God's sake. Blackwood is doing very, very well. The Lumberyard as a pairing are doing great. It's just nice to see him doing well. Like, he hasn't had a lot to do in the last couple of games, but he's done the simple stuff, right? And we've been so unreliable with that in the past. Like, they deserve the equaliser. It's just, yeah. Van Wraith is doing everything he can here, but us not taking advantage of a game where we're up against 10 men is incredibly disappointing. Haidini's been absolute shite again, which is a real shame. This might be a time for booty, man. Houdini, well, indeed, he's gone missing yet again. To be fair, they actually missed the penalty, so it wasn't like we even suffer from that. Play the game, Kenshi. I have not. I've never even heard of it, actually, as it happens. It's sort of, to be fair, this isn't even a game like... If you look at the stats, you could, if anything, make the argument that we should be losing this game. So in a way, we're actually overperforming somewhat. It's just disappointing to not take advantage of the situation as it is. I might actually be tempted to throw it on attacking. Just take a few more risks to the final part of this game. But it is still a disappointing result in the sense that we just haven't taken our chances. I actually still feel like we win this game. I think 10 men is tiring to play as. And maybe we'll get... Oh, I was hoping we might get a penalty of our own there just because of the reputation. I think we can build into something here. Maybe Booty can create some magic. Guillaume. A good save again. A June 2nd loan extension from Bo Muller. I don't know how much I want to, honestly. I think we've done enough to bump his value up a little bit. And I wonder if we can find better in the summer. And just go for a complete clear-out type of situation. In the future, when I'm oh, I should be going to a Kings game. But who are they playing? Yeah, now the game's getting a little bit more even and it's sort of deserved, I suppose. Even the AHL, it's crazy how much he's fallen off. That's a really disappointing point. Like, completely valid. It's just frustrating that with a red card in the 20th minute or the 19th minute, and we were already winning, that we didn't turn that into a win. That's just bad from us, really. I feel like Pity might actually be the man. Because when he came off the bench, where is it? He gained rating. Whereas Lawrence was just shitting the bed every single time. I'm going to yell at them for not winning that. That's crazy. I honestly think I might just start pitying that role for the future. A 50-team, 15-round Swiss system with reverted home advantage in the next 15. Good lord. Well, why not at that point, right? I think they should just put all of the teams in their entire country in one big league. Medical return. Yeah, that's been reported since yesterday. I think we've got, like, because it's a free transfer, we can complete it. We've got like a week to complete it. It's not a particularly exciting signing, but it makes sense. You know, we know the player. He knows the club. He's just cover, really. He's not going to be starting games for us unless we get a lot of injuries. We definitely need a friendly here, now that we've got a week off. Hearing that Gary O'Neill's has been sacked, but has he? Good God. Who are they going to replace him with? Complete whatever. I swear there was like some weird window where we can only do it for the next week. Or something. Yeah, we'll whack a friendly in against someone really small. Who are we going to go with? Who do I want to go with? Ooh, RC White Walloway. I'm assuming that's White Wolves, but great name. Get repetitive. Fair enough. You just need to find a save that's going to work for you. 39 T-League, everyone. I've looked at... Hadrian and I have investigated the possibility of... basically, FM has a hard set limit on the number of games you can play in a season, and that's what prevents you from doing like a giant league that goes on forever. I think it's 120 or something like that. I probably just got some poor information there, James, honestly. However, what I will say is, video coming soon. Hadrian has managed to make it so that Welsh teams can enter the Welsh League Cup and can qualify for Europe through the Welsh League Cup. And it means that we'll be able to essentially simulate what would happen if the FA hadn't said no to it. Is it 150? Okay, I knew it was around that sort of, well, ish, that kind of number. Yeah, that's where the hard limit is. So you couldn't just have a system where there's like 10 rounds of fixtures. That would be amazing though, wouldn't it? Team wins the league with like 300 points. Right. On the plus side, our next league game is against a team in the relegation zone. So we'd really like to... I honestly kind of hope that we don't... look, see, OHL are catching us a bit now. It looks like we might at least not win that. In a way, that would be a good thing. I'm good, Dark MGH. We just lost... just dropped some more points, but fairly so. Oh, dear. An 80-game league in the Bolivia. That's insane. Was that actually, like, how it's supposed to be? Oh, it was an absolutely horrible offer. Oh, for sure. I know, I agree. But it was just interesting to see... We managed to basically recreate it in FM because Hadrian's managed to figure out a way that you can qualify for Europe via a country's cup competition that you are not technically in from a country. Because obviously those are English clubs technically as far as the game is concerned. But Hadrian's once again done some magic. I kind of... It's one of these things where if we do win it, then I'm sat there going, what the hell happened to us? But if we don't win it, I'm kind of like, you know, we weren't that bad. We were. Most sport games are different year to year. To be fair, if there's anyone that would be different, it would be FM25, right? Because it's an entirely new engine. So in a way, that's probably the biggest difference you're likely to see as far as sports games transitions. But when that happens, we just don't know, right? Definitely the dodgy database. Probably rock up in Luxembourg again and find that there's an 80-game season or now something. The fact that we've got 2 players on international duty is kind of sick. It's the first sort of real experience of having this in the save. Admittedly, they're only like youth call-ups, but still kind of cool. Qualifying for Europe through the FA Cup and the Commonwealth video. Yes, he did. It's the same exact fix, basically. So you basically set their European qualification as the league... as the country that the cup is based in, but there's some other thing. There's another thing that Hadrian's going to try, because we've got some interesting ideas. But you'll probably see that video fairly soon, actually, because we've kind of got it all sorted for that. I'm just working on the Cardiff Drax recap at the moment. I spent 7 hours yesterday writing a script, and it's not even finished yet. That's going to be quite a long video, because I'm sort of not changing the style, but changing the way I'm approaching it a little bit. Because I think I went the wrong way about it with the titling and thumbnailing of the first episode. 150 league game. Well, they're all sharing a stadium on Everest. Nascimento is playing for Luxembourg. He's actually from Luxembourg. He's Luxembourg Portuguese. Because if I recall correctly, chat, someone told me this when we were managing there. Doesn't Luxembourg have like a really high Portuguese diaspora? Lean slightly to the left in the video. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it does. Okay, yeah, it's interesting that. But so that's why you see quite a lot of players that are sort of Portuguese heritage playing for the. There's a couple of guys in the Luxembourg national team right now, I believe. There's one player in particular who I think his name is Rodriguez. I realize I've spelled Luxembourg wrong. Actually, I can't remember if that is correct. On who am I thinking of? Maybe there was. I swear there was a guy. There was a guy, chat, I promise. Go to his squad. Yeah, that's the thing. It's because basically I'm catching up with the recaps, but each recap is now representing the entire time that we were at a club. So at the moment, I'm working on the 2 seasons at Cardiff. But the way that I'm telling the story now is so that you wouldn't have to have watched the streams, in the sense that it is its own thing that you can kind of enjoy on its own. That's the hope, anyway. I thought the whole tell thing was done, but Spurs came back with it. Appeared in the first round, they did not make the cup final. Maybe Serie G's got some hidden rules hard news that even we don't know about yet. Gerson Rodriguez, that's the guy I was thinking of, yes. He appears to not be in the squad at the moment, but that might just be because he's slightly older, I don't know. Wouldn't it be funny if he just randomly signed for Arsenal now after all that? To be fair, like, if he's choosing between Man United and Spurs, he's choosing between 2 bottom half sides. So, like, have you heard? Maybe Villa. Actually, Villa are fine now. They've got Marcus Rashford. That's really interesting to see how. I'm very curious to see how Rashford gets on at Villa. I actually really hope he does well for them. Join along with an option. Is the option big? Aerts. Is he? Sorry, we've got 2 guys with the surname Aerts, and I get confused by which one's which. I've started retraining this guy to play Shadow Striker as well, because I feel like, why the hell not at this point if he's going to play? 45 mil. That's actually okay. I swear I heard rumours of 50 mil as the permanent move originally. Martin concerning. Was he doing that whole I don't want to be here type of vibe? Rayerts and Fayerts. I'm going to have to call them that now. Spanish Cup and Portuguese Cups for the country of their heritage, playing in those cups. I guess, but it's basically the same video at that point, just with less teams. Like, I actually had a bit that was in the original cut of the video where I did this whole sort of, well, actually, the teams in the French Cup are actually administered by the French government. Sorry, it was something like, actually, the teams that are in the French Cup are all from territories that are administered by the French Parliament and therefore have 2 representatives in the... But I actually did get some unironic comments like that, and I was just like, wow, I wish I'd put that in the video now. It's like, yes, I get it, it's not exactly the same as the French Cup. It was an example. I've got more of that on TikTok, to be fair. Looks cut in half. Oh, that's not a good look. No, unless you're a magician. Then we're in. Fans feeling about... I don't know. But didn't you guys sign a guy called Heaven? I enjoyed making the video. I thought it actually did quite... Oh, it didn't do... By my own new, much lower standards, it did quite well. It did very, very well on TikTok, weirdly. Great sign for Fulham. It's... When you replace Willian with William, which isn't even the first time we've done it. Because remember, he left the club in the previous summer too. So we've actually replaced Willian with Willian twice. Aiden Heaven is an amazing name. Please don't tell me he wears Aiden on his shirt. Because if your surname is Heaven and you're not wearing Heaven on your shirt, you are a mug, I'm telling you now. Think of the merch potential if man becomes actually a decent player for them. If the cup winner's in the top 10. Does it really? That sounds extremely Serie G, honestly. Named after a different pastor. Do you think so? How could that possibly not work? It would have one view and it would be you. In fact, no, you wouldn't watch it out of spite for including the wrong types of pasta. Maybe they'll try and play him as a false 9. I forgot he was out on loan, wasn't he? Hang on, he's at Beveren, isn't he? Which is the same team that... Oh, God, who is it? There's someone at Beveren. Is it Venus Uka? Or it was? Wait, is he not even... swear Venus Uka was at B-list. Are they different teams or am I being an idiot? I feel like I can't see him in their squads. Unless he's in the B team. Oh, he's in the B team. Maidenhead. Okay, this game here, if we don't win this, then I don't know what to tell you. Particularly as after that, we've got 2 of the B teams to play. And, you know, at this point in the season, especially as they all probably had youth intakes by them, I wouldn't be surprised if we see loads of, like, crazy players from the first team in the squads. Van Wraith, my boy. In that last game alone, he certainly clawed back a bit of his expected goals against. There he is. There's really no reason why. I think the biggest issue with Van Wraith is the fact that he has really high eccentricity and a dreadful first touch, as well as a really high rushing out tendency, which just causes issues, right? But he is, nevertheless, a reasonably good goalkeeper in the areas that I actually do want him to be good. Like his area reach, command of area is good, one-on-ones are okay, and his reflexes are excellent. Is that a song request? Fuck's sake, Don! Do you know what? I don't even care anymore. I don't even care anymore. I'm glad we get to look at Ishmael Van Wraith. Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Club to cut. Yes. There's lots of teams that I had originally in those videos that I had to sort of cut for time, basically. But yeah, there is... Because aren't they just simply called karting when you look at them on the main page? Ah. Yeah, he's a good goalkeeper. Song request. I love it. There's actually a song just called Song Request. We're getting pretty close to 8 point. I don't know when exactly in April it's likely to be. I suppose we could just look at the youth intake from last year, can't we? We could literally pinpoint the exact date because it's not like our youth recruitment would have changed much. If anything, it's going to have gone down. We still haven't been able to ask for another coaching badge yet. Not that they'd say yes, but it would just be nice to have the option, you know? I want them to at least have to say no to me. Oh, the other thing is, I noticed that William Ngoy, he's no longer wanted, obviously, was wanted by like 15 clubs. Some of the clubs were top flight sides, like Jupiler League sides. So I figured now would probably be the perfect time to tie him down to an actual contract. So I've managed to get him on a 3+3. So he's at 19 years old. He's got 3 years on his base deal and another 3 years. So that could take him through to at least 25. We have proper security on someone like William Ngoy because I actually think he's got the potential to maybe overtake Haidini as being usable. Not that it takes much because Haidini has very much not been that usable. What's his numbers like this season? 26 appearances, 1 goal. And 4 assists. It's incredible. Want to waste the board time? Damn right I want to waste the board time. I reckon we can start a bidding war for Haidini in the summer and just sell him for huge money. And by that, I mean like 50k. Finish most of my day's work by 11:45. That is tremendous. You can have a lovely old day. 1 goal on 6.3. Yeah, he's part of the reason we're in this kind of trouble. Him and basically everybody else in the entire squad. The only player that's actually overperformed their XG, Lebro is bang on. Massanello is overperformed. Even Valentin is now below it. Is there anyone else who's overperformed it? Ngoy and Henry. It's not great. And they've all got like 1 to 2 goals each. Season 1 entries are the same randomized too. I don't actually know. I believe so. Because all it does is it just pulls... I haven't checked multiple times, so I genuinely don't have an answer for you. But I believe it is randomized. Yeah, that's the way it does it. Okay. Also, I was looking at the other competitions lately. Champions League is absolutely the same. I don't think we'd lose anyone. Unless Stad... Have Ram been to a European final? They might be the sort of team that we could lose. I suspect they won't get past Atalanta anyway. And obviously Europa League... Sorry, Conference League is... Bernie Marcus Edwards. I didn't see the announcement back in the 50s. Really? Okay, so we actually can't have that. That's fine then. This one I think would be a bit more interesting. There's a lot more options here. Norgeland, Ike if they beat Villa. This is the sort of the side here that I think is Banik Ostrava and Osijek, though I think the winner would play the winner of this, which is most likely to be Villa. So I actually don't think that we have to worry about. I weirdly think that we'll end up with something like a Marseille or Fiorentina versus Villa final. And I think at that point we actually wouldn't lose anybody. But even so. The ultimate Sunday. Is it Sunday Sunday? It is Sunday Sunday. Standard. We love a good Sunday. Cole Palmer's Villa. Wait, really? Oh my god, you're right. Is F25 delayed further than much? I don't know. What do you know? What have you heard? Who told you? Who told you that? Yep, you're right. Cole Palmer is at Aston Villa and he's moved for £9 million. 9 million quid. And he's now wanted by Al Hilal at 25. Oh my God. Oh my days. I didn't realise we had this kind of Cole Palmer. Man went on loan to Brentford in the Championship in this save. Then back at Chelsea, didn't play. Then to Monaco on loan, didn't really play. Then back at Chelsea, didn't play. Then on loan to Villa, where he didn't even really play at Villa. Only 4 starts. And now he's moved there permanently and isn't starting. He's only really playing for them in Europe. Wow. And this is, remember, this was a post-update save creation. So it's not like it's from the very start of the game cycle. This was created on the newest version of the database, so to speak. Elite attacking midfielder. I don't know about that. That's incredible. Definitely one to keep an eye on. In fact, I might even shortlist him on the Maymays one. Just so we can keep an eye on his whatever nonsense gets up to. That's crazy. We might actually be... For once, it might even be worth doing this, because I believe this will work. We should be able to take these guys on trial. Whether they'll come to us or not, I don't know. But you'd think they would do. Yes, they have. It's the only time that you can actually get away with offering players who have clubs trials, for the most part, is when you get that email. And it usually only applies to the players in that email. You know, 1 or 2 of these guys could be useful. Hello, Norton. How's it going, man? Give him his shorts on the dude sniff. What's an odd thing to do? What's a very odd thing to do? Okay, see if these guys are any good. Guy Mott. He may not be good, but he is big. And big is sometimes good as well. Oh dear. Marcus van der Valle. Solid name. He's probably not good. Just give me one guy that's usable. Oh my God. Pietian Stayers. No, he's not good, is he, at all? He's even worse. I thought this guy's name was John Philippe Podcast for a second. Yeah, he's crap too. Armand Langford, he's a striker, of course. We've progressed. We've actually played like... we've played a full game and gone like 3 weeks, actually. We were waffling. That's what we do. But you know that by now. Oh, is this the other guy that was linked with us? Wait, he's out of contract? Oh my God. There's no way we could afford this dude, right? Wait. There's no way we could afford this dude, right? No. Not even close. Jean-Philippe Podcast Philippe Jean. John Torello. Sorry, John. Best I can do is trading him to the Anaheim Ducks. Or to Calgary. Because didn't you guys lose, who was it? Was it Farabee? Christ. Yeah, no, he do indeed be sniffing. Can't argue with that. Ruben Curley. Solid name. There he is at College Europa. 22 years old. Out of contract. Was at United, then Buxton. And now College... Isn't this a Gibraltarian side? I feel like a lot of English players that have no real connection to Gibraltar love joining Gibraltarian teams. I guess it's because it's still in the UK, I suppose. Love at the fires. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, you're not having any troubles right now. Jesus Christ. The Great 8 is killing it. Yeah, Ducks are finally doing something, I guess, right? Right. Go for the Pints and the weather. True. Maybe they just see that team in the Gibraltarian League called Manchester and just assume that it's part of England, perhaps. There's that team, it's like Manchester 69 or something. It's definitely not called that, but it's similar. Missed their flight back. Yeah, oh no, I missed my flight. I guess I'll have to sign for a local club. Oh dear, what a terrible shame. Morgan Frost for Kuzmenko. I guess at this point they've just got... It's weird because they're still sort of in the wildcard hunt, aren't they, really? I mean, because kind of everybody is, except for Buffalo, Buffalo, the Sharks, and the Blackhawks. Manchester 62, that's the one, yeah. Try on the spot, going to blow up and... Yeah, I think that it's funny when you see OV. I don't know if you've ever seen some of the footage of OV playing in like charity soccer games. Charity like football matches. And it's just like, oh, that's not the body type I expect. But I'm just like, But yeah, man is probably one of the greatest, or probably the greatest goal scorer in hockey history. But it's incredible. Right. Boom. Promise Orgy is tremendous name. Who are we playing as? We are playing as Seraing. Wait, why did the guy lose respect for me? Oh no, what's going on? I don't even know what I said to him in fairness. Yeah, we're playing as Seraing, which is a team that I think they actually start in the top flight in Belgium. They are very much no longer in the top flight. They're actually in the 3rd tier. Ooh, chat, it's football Christmas. And it means that we're basically rebuilding them. They've got £13 million worth of debt. We can't afford to sign anybody, and they have the inexplicable ability to miss every chance imaginable. We're top of the league, but on XG, but 11th in the league in actuality. I know. I think it's because I was talking about hockey, and so I just sort of stayed in like American-iness. What do we reckon? It can no longer. We can't have any Patreon players on this anymore, and the only one who ever made it on there was Ethan Holding Blackburn. I'm gonna go Club Brugge, Belgium, and hope that it's the guy that we sold to Club Brugge. That'd be a good sign. Absolute. I know. Pog thinks that all tendies look like teddy bears. Oh, it's a Dutch dude called Mulders. There's also a Korean guy at Real Oviedo. Okay, there's some fun guys near. The Ivorian rice. I don't... Imagine getting the Japanese rice. Like, that's tremendous. Ivorian rice is a great one. The next, Maciej Żurowski and Valencia won a kid. Fernando Crespo. Jollof. Oh, it's tremendous. Where is he? He's got to be on the top page, right? Wait, where is he? It's gone okay, Charlotte. We've drawn a game that we should have won, but that's us, right? It's what we do. Okay, top guy on the list is Robert Mulders of Groningen. Yeah, I mean, you can see why. He's a solid player, capped at under 21. He's got a cap for the Netherlands at 18 and has played 42 times in the league for Groningen. He's insane. Here's Fernando Crespo, who's wanted by probably Real Madrid. Oh, Fiorentina. Okay. We got the standard Portuguese guy at Porto that's on it every year. Okay, I've got to look at the Korean chap. Kang Seun-hyun, who's actually come through. That's awesome. He came through Real Oviedo's youth academy. They didn't even sign him. The Hershey Bears teddy bear toss. She has, yes. There was a video we were watching. I think it was like Ek, or one of the many little hockey channels that do like those little 3 or 4 minute videos, that did a video on it more recently. Yeah, 3 caps at 18 is insane. It sucks looking at these players and not being able to actually like sign them in any way. Easy to grow. Maybe. I want to see what this guy is. Imagine if he was called Jollof. Is Jollof a name that you could have in the thingy? Murat-Can Çeken. Oh, by the way, chat, I know that obviously making a decision to manage in Turkey in these kind of saves would be a bit of an interesting one just because of the wempery that could come with it depending on who we managed. However, I have decided that if a job was to come up and we were able to manage Eyüpspor, I would probably be willing to take it just because of the name of the club alone and just see how it goes. Because I really want to manage the most Yorkshire team in Turkey. And they're actually doing okay. And it begins. We've got Jeff Enric. What's his actual name? Enrich Santea. Okay, cool. We like that. Dinamo Zagreb. Sinisa Memic. He's probably very good. No, it wouldn't be Galatasaray. It would be... Like I said, I literally just said it. The only team I'd probably consider would be Eyüpspor. Because, you know, they're in the Conference League. Or is it the Europa League? Either way, they're actually having a good time of it lately, and they're an interesting side. Let's see... Sinisa Meme Lord in it. We've got Matthew Taylor, the newest Matthew Taylor. We've got Saeed Salehi. Oh, an Iranian German. That's fun. Sorry. No, it's clearly Eyüpspor. We've got Amit Cohen. 10 caps at 8. Oh my god, this guy's probably goated. But 12 grand a week already. Right, where is Mr... I want to find our Ivorian friend. I haven't seen him yet. We've got another dude at Valencia. Ah, wow. A Patreon regen's made it in. Barry Garlow Jr. That's... Wow, he must be right on his like last legs as far as being able to be counted in one of these. He is a wonder kid, though. Has played for Nordsjælland, but there you go. A little update for Barry Garlow. 36 grand a week for Barry Garlow Jr. Crazy. Andrei Ilnitsky as well. Circle of Bruges. Oh. There is actually one. There's a couple, in fact. We've got Vincenzo Gentili, he would have like low competitive streak, no doubt. Let me guess, John. Yeah, it had to be John McKenzie. He sounds like a face in the game. Hello, Scorematter. We were just looking at the next gen list. There's a guy from Reading in here. This feels like a loan. Then again, with more leagues being turned on, there's less chance that it actually is a loan potentially. Very 90 trousers. I will wear a flat cap for sure. I just watched the esports final. No way. It was super fun. I don't know if you saw this. FIFA E were just talking about some stuff to do with like Transfer Dead on there. They just randomly used a picture of me and Aaron in it. I was really, really cool. Scoremander, thank you very much for the prime. How the devil are you, friend? Facing the game exactly. Yes. What were we up to? This guy here. Eldibert Longes. Oh my good sweet Jesus. This guy might be one of those players that we end up getting haunted by 10 years from now. Do you know what I mean? The guy that when he's 27, he's playing for Real Madrid. Every single attribute is blue. Low next season. Imagine. 5'3" as well. He's a bit special. They're going to get moon money. They probably won't. They'll get like 10 million. And he's called Edelbert. We've got this guy here as well. Jorge Vergara. 7 caps for Colombia already. United have cooked there. Mehmet Ernal as well. Fenerbahce have got one. Always wanted to. Milan and Porto. Okay. Who's an eSport World Champion? Really? Medieval ass name? Right, this guy here as well. Jose Maria Morales of... Oh, this is scary because this guy's been playing in our league this season. Oh, no, he hasn't. No, he actually only made 1 appearance this season, in fairness. Thank God for that. That's scary. Right, is he on loan or not? Yep. Super updated to March 4th. If they did, it's meaningless. But I don't think they did that anytime recently. Wasn't that weeks ago? It's just a placeholder. It literally doesn't mean anything. There's no way in a billion years this game is coming out March 4th. That's literally a month away, and we've not even heard anything about it. There's just no chance in hell. But I don't believe that has happened anytime recently, right? Good name, though. Alessio Yadoce. Big Sam is... He's coming. Yeah, Roma to Reading is an interesting one, unless they've got like an affiliate agreement, because again, they're all switched on. I mean, who don't Roma have an affiliate agreement with? I guess not Reading. God damn, they got Hull City. I love the Roma to Hull City pipeline. Big fan of that. Yeah, you'd be wanting to build hype. I mean, you'd be trying to build hype, unless you had reason not to, right? Of course. Ilunga Anderlecht. Oh, God. Rolly. Oh, my goodness me. He's even better. Why is he not wanted? Is it because Anderlecht's a bigger club? There's a guy at Rotherham here, on loan from Liverpool, Andrew Cook. All Roma's lead to Reading. Guy from Southampton, Luis Carlos Foles, on loan from Sporting. There's an Argentinian, a Paraguayan Argentinian at Chelsea here. They spent 12 million quid. Another random Porto guy. Ooh, Frenchman at Cardiff, Harun Kelesh, but he's a Turkish Frenchman on loan from Lons at Cardiff. I'm loving all these random players on loan in the Championship. Icelander, Runar Gislason on loan from Newcastle at Huddersfield Town. There's Anti-Panic again, every single year. Nunez, that's the Costa Rican guy, isn't it? Good Lord. Filth. Ooh, good name here as well. Luca Giladucci on loan from Inter. Is anyone here not on loan? Where's the Ivorian, damn it? We've got this guy here, Colin Burry, who's a Swiss Portugueser. Gislason. Oh my God, no, this is the guy that was on the list last year, wasn't it? Mohamed Kamis, the Tanzanian Zanzibaris, or Zanziban. That's not the Demon. We had this discussion last year. 20 caps for Tanzania, plays for Benfica. He's fun. And obviously he came from Simba, which may have been better. We've got this guy here, Michael Klink. He will end up in prison. It's just the rules. We've got, ooh, that's a fun name, Ulvi Atmatsa, another Turkish Frenchman. He looks absolutely tasty as well. Aldo, Brazilian at Getafe. Ooh, Bosnian on loan from Dinamo Zagreb. God damn it, man. Tell you what, later in this save, the next gen list is going to be insanely fun. We've got another fun one here. Norwegian, Hugo Tavakoli from Stabæk. I was hoping for a cool second nationality with that name. Did he have Wonderkid description as well? Christ. Where is the Ivorian? Emmanuel Mariani. Lionel Machuro of Pumas, of course. And then a St. Pauli dude. Joe Teal, on loan from Dortmund. God damn it. Yeah, the Ivorian dude who's literally at the front of this must be on the last page. There he is. Oh, he's actually playing in Belgium as well. That makes it even harder for us. I've got Torsten Kraus, an English German, born in Irsch. Great. Another French dude. Rodrigue Aliquet. Ooh, Martiniquois. We like that. I'm going to save him. Morel of Argentina. God, this is so much. These are way more fun than they are in the normal one. There's just way more variety here. Tunisian dude on loan from Benfica at Kaiserslautern. You just wouldn't have got that in Outcast in Building a Nation. Clemi Salami is a guy called Salami. We're in. Swedish dude, Henrik Rengel. Came through at Bromma Poikina, of course. Polish dude on loan from Milan at Osasuna, Alexander Musiulik. Tremendous. And then, I'm guessing it must be that guy, right? That has to be the next Mathieu Zurovsky. And then, finally, a Chilean Belgian at Zulte Waregem. Right, okay, let's have a look at Joloff guy. Guy Gabane. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, I see why. I see why he's the next Declan Rice. Look at the absolute state of this guy. Guy Gabane. 2 caps for Ivory Coast. 19 years old. Playing for Union Saint-Gilloise. Actually came from AFAD. Jesus, he's good. He is. How is he not further up this list? Is it because he's not played enough? He is incredible. They're cooking here. I might actually... Should we rename him in honour of him being compared to Declan Rice? Just literally add Jollof into his name. What a guy. Is Jollof actually eaten quite prevalently in Ivory Coast? I know that it was very common in like Nigeria. I guess it's sort of similar part of Africa, but I don't want to call him that if that's actually not true. Delicious either way. All of West Africa, yeah. I figured it must be, but I wasn't sure. I know that in Nigeria especially, but... Let's go back to him, actually. Our boy. Mr. Guy Jollof, yeah. We'll just whack it as an actual nickname. I really hope this guy goes on to big things. In fact, I'll add him to the Maymays list as well so we can keep an eye on his career and just get notified occasionally. Jollof, oh, I love that there's a graphic for it. Although... Forgive me if I'm not actually seeing Ivory Coast in there. I'm sure it is in there. I just don't know exactly. My African geography particularly is not as great as it used to be. Either way, what a guy. Literally. Staff contracts, that's fine. And these guys we can probably just set for release. That'll be alright. To the left of Ghana. If you take a left at Ghana, you'll reach it eventually. Sven Smates is training well. It's ultimately meaningless, but I just thought I'd let you know. There's a troll in the dungeon. Oh god, Weasel Sport are catching us. They're not really, though. We actually only have 6 games left, you know. What's the betting? Right, I've been saving so much transfer budget and wage budget. Like, to the point where we are underspending our budget by £3,500 a week right now. That's how much we're trying to really sort out the debts, right? What's the betting? We come to the end of the season, and instead of rewarding us with more or keeping it the same, they then take it all the way down to like £1,000 and give us, actually take money back. I've had clubs do that to me in the past. That actually happened in one of my Beaconsfield tests. I'd saved loads of wage budget ready for the youth intake to come around. And then the board went, actually, no, we're shaving £2 off of it. Sorry, £2,000 a week off of your wage budget. Hello? Oh, he was just one of the guys that we'd taken on trial, right? Still only 19, not the best ever physicals. Well-rounded. Let's have a look. Holy shit. Are you using RDF's training schedules? Because this is giving... I thought his name was Roland Potato then. You say that he's like... I love that he's gone from 1 to 7 jumping reach. That's tremendous. This is the kind of... what have you got him on as far as his training? Just money laundering? Yeah, pretty much. What's a little money laundering between friends? Literally, Norden, yeah. Luckily, in a way, I think our underperformance this year might actually help us in a way. Play to play on EPL. I'm not sure I understand what that means. Either way, we've got some tough games. That 8-0 victory hopefully will help. To go from 1 jumping reach to 7 is actually incredible. Attacking positioning is unbelievable. Oh, EPO. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. I didn't realise I wasn't replying to the same person that was actually sending the player. I get confused a little bit sometimes, Jack. At least this side of things is going well. If nothing else, we are absolutely destroying the Belgian under-19 league. Despite the fact that we've taken all of the good players and taken them out of their under-19 team. Like, we're now 8 points clear with a plus 51 goal difference and have scored 62 times. We're scoring nearly 3 goals a game and only conceding every other game. That's a good sign, right? Are we destroying their XG league? Can we actually see that? We can't. Either way, we kind of have to be. Oh, one thing I did do, chat, by the way. Do you remember last stream? I made that slight tweak to our inverted winger. Right? The very next game, obviously, was against Beveren for our under-18 side. This was the only game that they played with that slight tweak, and it was their first non-win since September. And at that point, I kind of just went, yeah, something ain't right. Because if you look, they suddenly stopped creating, basically, in that game. And Beveren, as far as I know, are not a particularly excellent side in this division. They're one of the worst sides. So I just found it was interesting that the moment I made that little tiny tweak, they didn't win a game for ages. For their first time in ages, and it was against a really poor side and they created nothing. So I actually switched that back off again. I have, however, sorted out set pieces for us a little bit, because I noticed that we were just not making much of an impact there. So I've gone back to a version of the set pieces that I used a while ago, where we basically got a near post one and a far post one, just aiming for the tall guy, basically, with some players marking, guy marking the goalkeeper, just to see if that makes any difference. Yeah, Veteran have been crazy good this season. They haven't been, like, as good as their points would suggest, but they've still been very good. Autumn Spring well prepared. Oh, God. The FC Future Winter Slag. Love to see it. Yeah, so I have it set up. You can change it, but I believe it is now set up to default to your first team playing the same tactic. Sorry, your B team playing the same tactic as your under 18. Sorry. First team tactic copied by the under 18 squad. Where do they play? Yeah, I missed that. Limburg or Belgium? Oh, Belgium. That's pretty sick, actually. But, yeah, I believe it does it by default, but you can turn it off, provided you're in charge of the training for both, I think. But one of the things that I like to use as a testing ground for tactics is my under-19 squad. If they're playing well with your tactic, it's usually a better indicator that it's a good system, because under-18 squads, for the most part, are a lot more evenly balanced. There's still a few, like, absolute shitters that you don't want to take advantage of. And we do have some quite good players, but remember, most of our good players from the under-19 squad have been moved up to the first team. So it's a good way of testing your tactic out, basically. Is if your under-19 squad or your B team or whatever plays really well with your tactical style, you've probably got something decent. I mean, as it happens, we kind of know that anyway. Do you know, we may actually have to start Rigan Booty for this game, because Nascimento is tired as hell from his international break. Lawrence, I'm going to bring... No, actually, I'm not going to start Lawrence. I'm going to start Pity. Pity's just played better. Complex Winter Slayer. It's a very complex one. Houdini still, like, who else are we going to put in there? There's not a better player than him. I just have to trust that he's eventually going to come good, right? Like, we could start Ngoy, but Ngoy hasn't really done a lot either. He's had less chances, of course, but... Like, maybe if Houdini plays really poorly again, maybe I'll consider dropping him for a little bit, but... At this stage, we've kind of not really got anything to play for. Changed made to the under-18s. I didn't change the under-18s. I changed our tactics slightly, and obviously that then permeated down to the under-18s. So the change was to have our inverted winger no longer sit narrower when we had the ball, but in fact sit wider. Can I explain the formation? It's a bit of a vague question. What exactly do you want me to explain? Like, if you have any specific questions about it, I'm happy to answer, but when people say things like explain the formation, I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for as a response, I suppose. I do want to help you, though. It's not just me being pedantic. I genuinely just... I feel like I'm quite like that. I'm quite a literal person in some ways, and I want to make sure people get the answer that they want rather than me trying to assume what they want, I suppose. Set pieces in training. We're not, but that's because we barely have any training, because with the semi-pro schedules, we get like one. Why is the CM to the right? So the reason the CM is off to the right is because he's not. He's actually in the middle. I hope that answers your question. The reason it's to the right is because he's not. I actually thought he was for a second there. You have me questioning myself. No real striker. Hang on, sorry. No real striker, bit in a different position. So we're playing a shadow striker instead of a striker. So he still sort of essentially does the same thing, but it gives us more defensive cover. That's the idea anyway. He'll break from the midfield lines. He won't get tracked as easily by defenders. Well, that's the idea behind it anyway. And it also allows our central midfielder to run into the same space and they don't really know who to track. It's Haidini, the man, the myth, the legend. He's offside, isn't he? Never mind. Diggers on bulldozers. You tell him. You tell me. Yeah, as for the reason we're actually playing this specific shape, it's because... Why are we letting the ball drop here? It's because the first club we went to, I told chat that I would build a system that used entirely the best 11 players that team had, and this is sort of just how that ended up coming to pass. Cool. Cool. Nothing like a deflected goal from 35 yards out to really get you going in the morning there. What is this season, man? Insane scenes. Is he even facing the goal when he shoots this? Yeah, it just deflects off a lot of it. This season itself is absolutely cursed. I wonder what the XG on that was. 0.02? Yep. Ah, dear. But yeah, if we get like a 0.98 chance at the other end, we're somehow going to find a way to put it into the burger van. That's just how we go these days. Plenty of time to turn this around. Right. Be nice if we could score a set-piece goal. Oh. Well, we should have scored a set-piece goal. He's just not scored it. We are, I think, aiming these for Dylan Velociraptor at least. It was nice to see a set-piece highlight, if nothing else. Because we've just been so bad from corners and free kicks this season. I think even getting to become slightly mid would probably have got us at least another 5 or 6 points this year. Because I do wonder if that's part of the reason why we've struggled, because we're not getting those little low XG goal chances from set pieces. Because, oh, for crying out loud. Because I noticed that if you're even vaguely decent at set pieces, you tend not to create... You'll get the goals, but the XG for a set piece goal is usually still fairly low. But most teams get a reasonable amount of them each year, and that sort of allows you to sort of stay with things a little bit. And I do wonder if that's part of the problem we've had, just the lack of scoring from them. What a pass! It's Guillaume! He's through! And he's missed the target again, because it's in our culture. Incredible. It is actually insane. Oh, I hope he does come good. I'm just... Doesn't he have, like, high consistency? So there's really no reason he should be bad. That's part of the issue there. Ah, you're right. They've misread the instructions. I see. Yes, Haidini's already dropping rating yet again. Oh, Dylan Velociraptor over the bar. The chances are starting to flow a little bit better now. Consistently bad. It does be seeming like this. I might even make a half-time sub and get Ngoy on. And no, I'll give Haidini till 60, like I always do. But I think if he fails to do anything useful and contribute in this game, that's a great pass, though. Then I will just get Ngoy. He's going to cut inside and shoot from nowhere. It's shit like that. I don't know how to stop him doing it. He's instructed not to. Has he got low discipline or something? Or, like... He's got no traits that suggest that he shoots from range or anything like that. And he's set to shoot less often. But he just constantly cuts inside and shoots there instead of doing what he's told. And I think that's why he has such high XG, but such low output. Because he's constantly building up XG like that over the course of games. Youth and Deck hasn't happened yet. 4 concentration. I don't believe... Let's have a look what it actually says about concentration. Attention to detail an event by member. It's hard to know what that exactly means as to whether that would affect that, but it could be a factor, for sure. It's not a team player. I don't know if that's... Let's have a look again, actually. See if that might be the factor. Teamwork is 6. It's not horrendous, but it's not bad. That might be it, you know. That could be it. It could be his teamwork, potentially. What's this one? Going to lose? That's insanely good. I can't believe we're losing to this lot. Let me just have a look at Ngoy. I think it's the teamwork rather than the concentration. The concentration doesn't help, of course, but I think it is more likely to be his teamwork. I've also noticed that Viba, since we brought him in, has really not done a lot. Let me have a look at Ngoy. He has 8 teamwork and actually the same content. The thing is, Ngoy isn't even that much better than him in that. What about... Who else have we been playing there? Smates? 9 teamwork. 2 concentration. Christ on a bike. Like, I know they're not, like, superbly important for this role, allegedly, but they're still important attributes. Is there anyone that's got any kind of concentration levels? 14 teamwork, 7 concentration. I honestly think that Johan Villain is going to play the second half. I'm going to give Johan Verlaine a chance to play the second half, and that might explain why he did so well in our tactic in the under-19s. He's the one guy. Doesn't want to shoot on his weak foot. To be honest, I actually quite like having inverted players on the correct foot for the side, i.e. not cutting inside. I really like... Because what it sort of means is that they get into these positions, but instead of opening their body out, they're shooting across the goalkeeper in terms of with their right foot in this case. Or, because they've not got that weak foot, they often drop a bit deeper and then whip the ball across with their right foot, and it's easier for crossing angles. So I actually don't mind that. I had a lot of fun with playing inside forwards on the right with the right foot. It seems to create some nice chances. But that's just the one change. I'm going to pull off Haidini there and see what Verlaine does with that teamwork. Because that might actually... If he does well and we see some good stuff out of him in the second half, then I would be considering that being a thing that we might want to progress with a little bit further. Hopefully he just shoots this from... Good save. We take that. Next case is we just basically go for a bulk subscription to some Elvants and just hand it out to the lads like candy. That's the next plan. The better team. I was still using that logic when we were playing Sirens at the very top level, just because I'd noticed things in the match engine and it made me want to play it like that. Verlaine's like lack of match sharpness probably isn't going to help either. And now Guillaume's hurt himself. We'll get Corona on. That's not really what I would have wanted there, but we move. I mean, on the plus side, in his first 16 minutes on the game, he hasn't lost rating. Oh, dear. I thought that was going in as well. Hello, Pogs. How's it going, my love? I will make another change soon. Verlaine's hanging on, which is intriguing. I'll bring Smates on the left-hand side because Massinello's done okay. He's been just so bad. I can't explain it. Pitty's been terrible as well, actually. Maybe Pitty only works off the bench. Ah, shit, we can't take him off. It would suck to lose to a team in the relegation zone as well. Ah, he's dropped a little bit of rating now. I don't think Corona's really going to be the answer, as Lebro just hasn't got the ball enough today. I reckon actually we concede a second goal here. We've pushed them back quite well there, but we need to be a bit more, like, vicious when nipping it. It's these types of chances that our opponents seem to be able to score against us that we simply never score. It's like, that's a full volley from an insanely tight angle, but just immediately a goal when it's a relegation threat inside playing against you. But we just simply cannot score those types of goals. It's a great ball through. I mean, what a finish from Sarr. Full volley. Bang. Incredible. What was that, like less than 0.1? I don't really blame the goalkeeper for that. It's just a really good strike. We're doing okay, Pog. How are you? We can't make any more subs anyway, can I? So we'll just have to accept it. Such a shame. Starting B at W. It was Adams. We had a lot of these games actually where they were really even and we lose 3-0. But I think we might actually get the ball here. It's Smates. He's skinned the defender. We'll probably score a goal now. Come on, Smatesy. I think it was the double-barreled guy from Metz. Adams Dina, I think his name. No, I think his first name is Adams. Chamsdina. Villain. Go on, he had a chance for a pass there. Still has a chance. Right, come on. Whip it across to someone. There's got to be a pass available. He's going to shoot, isn't he? He has actually scored, but why is he shooting? Like, as if that's the one that goes in. It's back. We're back into the game at 2-1. But he really shouldn't have been shooting from that angle when he had players available. Like, what he should have been doing and what the tactic is supposed to have happened is that he passes the ball there. That's the idea. The fact that he's just drilled that is a little disappointing, but it's a goal. We can't really complain about a goal. I'm going to, but we can't. We shouldn't. I guess we go on attacking for the last 5 minutes again. Really disappointing to lose this game when at least a draw would have been fair. And these are a poor... Oh, hello. Maybe we're not done yet. Flicking it on. That's going to be offside. Cracking my deuce out. The last I feel like you always seem to score that goal after you concede the second goal, no matter what happens. That's one thing I've noticed over FM24, especially. It used to happen all the time with Sirens. We'd be not battering a team, but we would, if as Sirens, be battering a team at 1-0 down after they just got a random goal. They would then get a second one out of nowhere, and then you'd get your goal. Yeah, we just lost to a team in the relegation zone. Yeah. Not great. Verlaine actually lost a lot of... To be fair, I can see why he would go for that. Because at this point, he's sick of everyone else missing the chances. Like, we had some good openings in that game. That one for Haidini in the first half has to be a goal. The one where Guillaume goes through has to be a goal. But they're just not, unfortunately. But we move. Next company. Well, I mean, to be fair, one of the players that we've already had in a youth intake is now playing for Club Brugge at 18 years old and is worth £7 million. So the club clearly has the potential to generate those kind of guys, and hopefully we can continue to do so. I think we are eventually officially going to start losing the top spot. No, we've actually still got it. Minus 12 now, though. Impressive. Under 7's for. Well, depends how many games you got left, right? Honestly, at 19 points, you're bound to get some points, even with... Yeah. It is fascinating watching this over the course of a season. What I would say is it doesn't feel like we've hit the post as much in the last few games. So maybe that number is starting to come down ever so slightly. And that maybe is a beginning of us actually healing. See, there you go. We've dropped down to 3% on that side. Second place has 9 games. So the maximum amount of points they can get is 27. So really, you'd only need to win a few of them. I reckon you could play the kids for all of them, and honestly, you'd probably get some points in there. Closest youth intake. It should be pretty close, right? It says April, and we're in April now. We were actually going to look up and see if we could find out when it would be, because it'll probably be the exact same day as last year. And at this point, I'm tempted to... If we get any guys that look kind of decent, I would play your first team against them next, Kyrity, get the dub, push the lead to 22 points, and then just kind of have a victory lap for the rest of the season. Let's have a little look. Intakes. I don't believe you can filter this properly. Or can you? Oh, no, you can. So it's crazy because like the top clubs in Belgium get them in March, but we're stuck in April with ours. Does it highlight your copy? It does. So we got it on the 13th of April last year. Like 20... You can't really get much younger than that at that point, really, can you? Maybe it is a good sign that we're not hitting the woodwork quite as much. We are just missing entirely now, but maybe it's a sign of progress that perhaps we are going to start, in theory, winning games at some point. Because we've not won a lot. We've actually only won in our last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've won like one of our last 8 games. Was that 9? No, it's 8. That's really surprising. And I wonder how many of them we actually deserve to lose. I mean, we still ain't getting relegated, that's for sure. I don't think we literally can be relegated, can we? Oh, no, we can. Oh, yeah, there's still 5 games to go. Technically, it's possible. It ain't happening, but it is technically possible. And now we've got 2 insanely tough games to come as well. Pretty nice badge. No, the badge actually had nothing to do with Seraing. It was the fact that it was just exciting to us that a team in the Belgian leagues was even willing to offer us a job, given that we were barely getting job interviews from clubs in like the second tier of Estonia. So we were very excited when we got to the club as well, because they had all these clauses we could sell, and we were like, damn, we're going to be millionaires. We rated like £1.5 million just in clauses. Now, obviously, we weren't going to get to keep much of that money because of the way that the transfer revenue was set up. And then we went and looked at the club's debts and realised they owed nearly 14 million quid. And all of a sudden, things become a lot less useful for us. God, I hope we at least get a go. What I'm hoping for from this youth intake is a 2-star, 5-star player. Because I know that we're going to have really good CA on our players because we have really good junior coaching. And the rest of it's pretty good as well. The question is whether we get anyone usable in the immediate. What I'd really like is a winger with good teamwork, perhaps. It's for me. I actually really like Estonia, but the jobs were not good jobs either. The first one was a team that had just been relegated from the top flight. Dylan Boyer, how's he got on? Damn. Tell you what, he's actually kind of cooking for Walloon-Cini. Board expectations were mid-table, which apparently, despite us being 11th, we are exceeding. 2.5. Oh, God. I think that actually was a striker in it. In the prediction. Ah, no. Oh, yeah, no, there is one. I love that it's saying C's. Yeah, it's 5 stars. We will see about that. So we're meeting the expectations whilst also showing that this tactic and this team actually has a lot more to offer. Bear in mind, Haidini is actually, despite his reduced contract, he's still on twice what any other player at this club is on. So I truly think that he might be a sale in the summer. Rather get a 3x3. It depends, because a 3x3 could still be a lie. That could actually still be a guy with really high PA because of the judging PA. Zebra Elites is Charleroi B team. It's a great name in it. Like, I love that he's showing pleasing progress, except not on the pitch. That's where the progress is completely void. I'm going to start Johan Verlaine next game because we're not getting relegated. We're not getting into the battle for promotion or anything like that. So I might as well try things like trying to figure out the exact formula. Because that right-hand side has been a bit of a problem for the entirety of the save, really. But it feels like one of those things where everything we've tried has made it and other roles around it worse. So it might just be one of those things you have to carry until we can get an absolute Donny. Biggest issue in this team, I actually think, has probably been the Shadow Striker. More than anything else. Like, LeBro's been cooking at an okay rate, but he's not been doing anything special. But it feels like the right side has been especially poor for this team. Despite actually arguably one of the best players on the team. Best doing a lot of heavy lifting there. So in theory, our youth intake should be right before the Young Reds game. Lawrence is out. Maybe they were onto something there. Yeah, we're kind of in the Bermuda Triangle of mid right now. We're Frank Lampard's Seraing. Well, haven't Coventry won like 4 in a row now and seem to be cooking a little bit. Pretty much press conference, that's fine. I just want to see that intake screen. I really don't know what to expect out of it. It's weird seeing it saying it's going to be C's, but then also saying it's 5 stars. Smates at least is training great. Hang on. Yeah, even Smates' teamwork is... he's not even that fast, is he? It's crazy to say this, but it is noteworthy that the reason we moved Johan Verlaine up to the first team squad was because he was absolutely crushing it in the under-19 games. And I wonder if those attributes that we've highlighted from him, yeah, teamwork's so important. Well, this is the thing, Kubus. We're trying to isolate the reasoning why every player we seem to put in the right wing spot in this team is performing poorly and ignoring instructions in the tactic. And one of the things that is like our latest hypothesis, so to speak, is that they all have really low concentration and teamwork, especially teamwork. And that's why they're shooting instead of passing, even though the instruction literally on them is to not do that. And it's causing them to take low XG chances and waste the ball for us. So what we've done is we found a youth player who's really good, but like reasonably decent, that actually has good teamwork and reasonable concentration. I don't know what his concentration was. 7, which is still not great, but his teamwork's 14. And he's got good passing and vision. The one thing he lacks, though, is speed. That's the problem. We need him, but with the physicals of Haidini. But the problem is, if we did have that player, he probably wouldn't be playing for us. I'm also going to bring back in Chamsdina, because Weber's been woeful since joining us. I'll have him on the bench, but he's not exactly tearing up trees himself. Advanced player. We've tried every single winger role that you can use in this spot, and every single one of them made the team play worse overall and the role itself. So I suspect it's a case of personnel. Pretty much. The whole syllabus. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, it depends, right? When I was at uni, I felt like you could kind of get away with that, but it depends. Things may have changed. Yeah, anyway. The clubs will consider attributes. We probably don't have the scouting knowledge of them anymore, unfortunately. So Josh McGlone at Drax was particularly good. But also it's easier to make an impact there because there's less gap. Yeah, we can't see their attributes because we're too... we don't have the scouting knowledge of it. I'd have to go back and actually have a proper look. And bear in mind, that role's actually always been a bit of a problem, but we've managed to get it to play okay. The issue, I think, has also been the fact that the Shadow Striker hasn't been anywhere near as prolific as we'd have liked, and the left-sided winger's been okay. In fact, I would say, if anything, the one player in this team that's done well is Massanello. And he actually has quite low teamwork as well, and quite low concentration, but he's the one guy that's overperformed, and that's really nice to know. Wide target man. We haven't, I don't think, but I have 0. That, to me, there's no reason why that should work, because we don't have a player that's really good at being a wide target man for a start, and that's not how I want this tactic to play anyway. And I don't see any reason why that would work. And not that I'm saying there's, half the stuff with this thing, it's like, why would any of it work, right? But I've never managed to get that role to do anything other than suck, basically. Right, he's offended. Oh, sorry I'm giving you your first start in the league, bud. How dare I? I'm sorry I've offended you by giving you your big break. Round Doherty. Yeah. It was shit. I've never managed to have I've never, in all my years of playing Football Manager, since they introduced that role, ever managed to make it work in any tactic ever with any player. I think it's an absolutely useless role, but I'm glad you managed to make it work. That's incredible. How did you make... Which team was it with? When they first introduced Round Order, I was really excited because it described perfectly the way that Ryan Sessegnon used to play for Fulham back in the day. And I actually tried to build a tactic with that in mind, and it was just dreadful. I think it might be because of the way that they modelled his attributes, potentially, rather than the role itself, but I've really struggled with Round Orders. But we did try it for a game, if I recall. False 9 is another one that I've really not enjoyed. I find that with False 9, I may as well just be playing Shadow Strikers. So I just use a Shadow Striker instead, and I find that they tend to be better. But let's see how Verlaine does, right? He's worth a go here. If the same problems persist, then it's probably not solely down to those things. It might just be our inexperience. We're at home and playing poorly. Shocker. Segundo Volantes are brilliant. I love a Segundo Volante. Stub toe. You just get on with it. Yeah, Verlaine is struggling. Massanello is struggling. Lebro is struggling. Basically, we're struggling. Advanced forward is just like the bread and butter of like most... I usually very rarely build a tactic with a striker in, and one of them, at least, if I've got one, isn't an advanced forward, generally speaking. Wow, 42 minutes in, we've had no opportunities in this game. They've had some, but we've not seen them. Verlaine's been poor. I think the issue with Verlaine is that he's got some of the mental attributes that we want, but he hasn't got the physicals to play the role properly. That's the problem. And that's better. He can't get forward fast enough to make things happen. Lebro. We've actually scored a goal out of nothing. Matthijs Lebro, 1-0 to Seraing, legitimately out of nothing. Massanello's on a 6.2 in the first half there. Who was that that won the ball? Was that Lebro that actually got this going for us as well? Yeah, it was. Lebro starts the play off, makes the run, great ball through. This is the kind of goal that we've actually conceded quite a lot this season. It's nice to see us do it to someone else. Caroliero, I've only ever really had much experience with that in the African Adventure save, because we did use that as part of that save. Are we actually winning a game that we don't deserve to be winning? If we won this game, I think this would genuinely be our first undeserved win of the entire season. Horrible on attack. I think you need the right player playing near them. So we had a lot of success with the Segundo Volante on attack in the last save, but it was really tough to find the guy that suited the role properly. Yeah, Lebro is at least scoring at every other goal again, but I feel like we need a little bit more out of him. Actually, you know what? We don't. That's actually kind of similar numbers to what Sam Aston and Swinburne were putting up for us, right? The difference was we were getting goals from elsewhere on the pitch, and I think it makes him look worse than he is because he's not getting the support from elsewhere. Oh, just over the bar. So, like, because we're not getting the goals from the right side and the centre midfielder much lately, Guillaume has not really scored a lot in recent games. Was it on support? Oh, maybe he was then, yeah. Actually, you're probably right. I think we had a Segundo and a ball in midfielder both on support. Their next-gen guy, I think their next-gen guy has been moved up into the first team. He's only played one game for their second team this season, as far as I could see. Right, Verlaine hasn't worked out, but that's okay. We're going to go with Sven Smates and Haidini off the left instead, because maybe he'd work there better. I think we already tried that experiment before, but hey, needs must. Pitty's done okay, actually. I might leave him on. Devos has that little stubbed toe. Chamsdean has been slightly better than that other guy. I'll leave it at that for the time being. Wingers are doing poor. Yeah, that's the story of the season, really. But Sven's about to change it all. Usually Sven's better when we're chasing a game. Christopher Lawrence at right back. That's an interesting one, but sure, why not? Let's see if my assistant's cooking. This feels like we're going to concede a late goal, of course, because it's what we do. But at the moment, we are actually getting an undeserved victory. Oh, Nascimento. That's where you can have a shot. But now the chance has been made worse. A wingless striker. What, just everything in the centre? Just a big column of players running at the defence. Hang on a minute. Wait, no wonder we're not scoring set-piece goals. Dylan Velociraptor is taking the set pieces. I need to look at that. The Obelisk, yes. What system? That was Paris FC, wasn't it, when I played the Obelisk? I think. I'm pretty certain. They've actually had a shot on target in this game. They're about to, and they're about to score it too. Tremendous. First goal of the season. 91st minute. First shot on target of the game. Cool. We are still playing FM24 at least. I mean, we don't deserve anything out of this game, so a draw would actually still be a good result for us, but that is hilarious. Bubble with the 2 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Mother. That's very kind of you. Shout out to mums everywhere. That's disappointing, but we can't say we deserved anything from it. We'll have to take that. Ah, dear. Hygienius makes both. Hygienius got injured too as well, which is kind of crazy. That's why Mum's going to Iceland. It's true. How did they manage to find another shot in there as well? F24 forever. It does be feeling like that, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking at other than what looks to be a very good player. For 8 Argentina caps and 19 is pretty insane, to be fair. Right. So that's now 9 games with 1 win in them. That one was a tough one. Villain wasn't it either. Why are they... to be fair, I probably could have promoted... I'm not going to say anything more to them, honestly. I'll only make it worse. Start the game cycle, no. I have one for near post, one for far post. Basically. This is the ones I play with Beaconsfield, and they seem to do quite nicely. So I have switched it. Basically, they alternate. That's actually an okay point for us. That's frustrating, though. Hydini's out for a little bit. Legally is in draws. We kind of have to be now. It feels like it anyway. I do want to look at our set piece takers to make sure that Velociraptor isn't taking more than he should be. We've got 11 draws, which is tied with actually the Rock Tortoises, in fact. Time to try the Beaconsfield tactic. The Beaconsfield tactic would probably cook, but it has 2 strikers in it, and it's a 4-4-2. Like, it is actually insane for an underdog team. Some of the things I've done with a Beaconsfield side that's 700-1 and only using youth players in it is really quite surprising. Chat, it's fine. We're going to cheer ourselves up with a youth intake and everything's going to be fine. Or something. We surely have lost that now. Hey, look, we're down to 3rd finally. See, it's going to be okay. Chat, it's going to be fine. We're getting worse. I feel like we actually have just been getting worse as well. But I think part of that is me tinkering alone. Set piece takers, thank you. Yes, that's what I was going to do. We want... Oh, sorry, I forget. I'm not used to how this sets up. So Massinello. Wait. Right. I want to remove him. Basically, I just don't want Velociraptor taking set pieces when he's the man we should be aiming them for. So we should be getting the youth intake on the 13th. Unless there's been some permutations, that means it's moved around a little bit. If we were to, that would be crazy. Break the Benfica curse save. Be too straightforward. I guess you could start at the B team. What with the idea of actually being able to organically apply for the job as the first team. Because that would be fascinating, actually, to see if that would happen. The question is whether you'd be able to actually have enough success that they would consider you. Or would you give yourself badges enough that should the job come up, you can sort of just slide in theory. Wouldn't it be funny if we actually managed to find a way to come like 13th in this league? And I wonder if at that point the board would start to do silly bollocks. Bruno Shakira, do you know what, lads? Crack on. You can have him. I've never managed a B team. I did once manage an under-23s national team, randomly, for the Olympics. It was in, when I was doing my uni outsave, because technically that was a journeyman, so I was still taking national team jobs in it, although that was the only one I took. I did actually manage an under-23s team at the Olympics. It was very, very strange, because it behaved at the time anyway. This was like FM13. No, FM14. No, it was FM13. Fucking hell. Oh, that's old. I think they behaved slightly differently back then. Coaching course. Why is he allowed a coaching course? So just to clarify, our under-19 assistant manager is allowed a coaching course. But I'm not. The actual manager. Let's see if I can start a coaching course. What nation's under 23? I actually can't remember. I think it might have been Japan. I believe it was Japan. Sounds like something I would have done, doesn't it? Even back then. Let's see if they say yes. Bear in mind, it costs £400. And I think our one might even be cheaper than that because we are literally without badge. I have no gym badges. I can't even control my Pokemon. Comes financial situation. But you're willing to give on to our under-19 assistant manager. What do you think? No idea. Unless you've heard anything that I haven't. We hear it when we hear it, right? At this point, though, I think we can pretty safely assume we're not getting a game in March, right? Just sack every other member of staff so they have to. You literally, I'll pay for it. It's like a week's wages for me, I think. I think Roy's on like £500 a week here, no? Where's my contract, actually? £400 a week. Okay, so a week and a half's wages. Roy will go without Pizza Hut for a week. Wasn't Grotto technically a B team? No, that wasn't Grotto. The B team was, oh, Christ. What were they called? It was... Sorry, I'm just looking for Iceland here so I can find the damn team. It was these guys' B team, I think. I think it was KF or KV, someone like that. I'm pretty certain it was the B team of these chaps. I think. I might be wrong. Someone in chat will no doubt remember exactly which team it was. I believe it was, though. Did he really? What, on loan or just permanently? They were funded the... Yeah, it said it was being funded by the under-18s, which obviously is technically a different team, but it was also our money, right? In fact, it should even show up in the finances, right? On the expenditure. Maybe not, actually. It'd be funny if it did. Dividends, scouting costs, youth setup, match day expenses. Wow, not spending much on that. Okay, it doesn't actually show up in there, interestingly. Unless I just look on the deeper one. B team club expenditure, which is weirdly low. Odd. Youth team, that's pretty sick. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the end of March. I don't think it's going to be March at all at this point. I just feel like we would have heard something by now, right? Because if you think about like early access or beta or whatever, it's 2 weeks before usually, right? So even if it's the end of March, that means that the early access would be in the middle of March, and we're like 6 weeks away from the middle of March right now, given how short February is, right? I doubt it. Get poached by a bigger team straight away. Well, maybe that's their fear. They're worried that Roy will get poached, potentially. I love that Lierse Prison gets these offers. He never says yes to them. It's like, Lierse, I'm a level with you, but I don't know who you are. You're our 4th choice goalkeeper. It might be time to move on. 3 months on our contract. This is true, but that's because they only gave me a 1-year deal. I suspect that they'll offer us a new deal. It will probably still only be a 1-year deal, but he's snubbed them. God, I actually kind of hate it when these guys do this. The radio silence. Yeah, I wonder if that's because of like legal stuff or there's just... Here's my suspicion. That it is going to be delayed further, obviously, but they didn't want to come out on the last day of January and basically make that the announcement. So I actually suspect what's going to... Oh, my God. There's a guy called James Bradley who's Montenegrin. Could you ask for the badge? I don't know, but also we have tried to ask for that in job interviews and they've kicked off about it. Right. Okay, I'm going to have a quick pee break. Then we're going to return and look at the Montenegrin playmaker, James Bradley. He's exciting, particularly as he's actually got CA. Back in a moment. It was, of course, Beningame, I believe is how his name is pronounced. Hang on. His Wikipedia page is hilarious. It says he's a Christian and then goes on to specify he reads the Bible. Well, yes, you've got to practice, right? So, this team... Now, there's no need to get downhearted about this yet. This could just be because we've signed so many good players. Or something. Also, I have Beppis. Still kind of disappointing. But remember, we know nothing about these players potentially yet. Some of these guys could actually be good. And you know how sometimes when you get a youth intake and you get a player that looks good and then their star ratings just sort of adjust over time? I'm hoping we get a guy like that. I'm hoping it's the Montenegrin dude. The 5 stars was an absolute lie, though, what I will say. Let's start with, oh, good, it's a striker. It's Logan Celery with 17 finishing and 1 strength. I'm amazed man can get out of bed in the morning. So there's that. That's the other thing, Thomas. Yeah, it's once I think because what it is it's they're being assessed by a different member of staff. We've got Logan Celebrini. New flavour. Yeah, it's the new one. The strawberries and cream one. Genuinely, really tasty. Even if you can only get that 1 can, grab one and try it out. It's it's strawberries and cream flavored Pepsi. It's quite sweet, but it's really, really good. We're trying to Shadow Strike. I mean, yeah, of course. But he's never going to play for us, right? He's not got the... He's horrendously injury prone as well. Well, sorry, Beppis. My apologies. He is at least slightly better at the teamwork. He's got great finishing. He will never amount to anything in this team, unfortunately. Notice how there's no elite talents. What about Guillaume Lechèvre? Good name. Also a striker. Like... I love that the 2 best players, allegedly, are both strike. Also with the low strength. What is it? Do we need to get like a gym? It seems like we are... I know, technically, young players tend to have low strength anyway, for the most part, unless they're centre-backs. He does a very good teamwork and work rate. He's 100% a pressing forward, though, isn't he? Look at that. Great teamwork, great work rate. No composure or concentration. Yeah, he's pretty much exactly that. Ha-ha! Or hey-ha. Thank you very much for the follow. Be good. Yeah, he's not there. Maybe for under 19s. Yeah, but like, at the end of the day, we're a first-team club. Means the GOAT. Does it actually? That's tremendous. Lierse. He's got a lot to live up to then, hasn't he? Building a nation. What nation shall it? Oh, it depends. How much of a challenge are you looking for? That's tremendous. Willie the GOAT. Unambitious. Unambitious isn't a bad thing. You can still have the things we want to make him a good player if they're unambitious. I suspect that the issues with him are far deeper than that. Okay, the one I'm excited about, because he has better CA, is James Bradley. What do you reckon the second nationality is? I reckon it's genuinely just going to be Belgium. Oh, it's English. Casual personality. That's not ideal. That's actually really not great. Good passing. Good vision for 15. Incredible technique. Good first touch. Solid mentals. Okay on both feet. For a playmaker at 15, he's... technically and mentally he's good, but he is casual, and that will be a massive issue. Still better than Booty. How dare you? Booty would run rings around James Bradley. So where do you reckon he was born then? He's got an English sounding name. He'll be born in like Podgorica or something. Like, low consistency, of course, but that's to be expected. Personality can be improved though. Not really, not by much. Like, yeah, little bits will change, but players with casual, I actually don't see casual very often, so I'm not sure what it's actually close to, in fairness. So it probably will change, but I can't imagine it will change to anything that great. Casual is bad because it, generally speaking, has things like... fuck, what is it? There's a particular hidden attribute that casual has that's really low or high, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. I don't think it has particularly high professionalism either. They just sort of, they don't care that much. Let's see. He was born in Herceg Novi, Montenegro. Low determination, professionalism. There you go. Yeah, he's got 6 determination. It's the low professionalism, basically. Low professionalism is an absolute killer. It means that even if they've got insane PA, which I don't believe that he does, they will just not reach it. What about Philippe Guiri? It's a couple of... to be fair, apparently the best PA guys are actually these two, who are both advanced playmakers. One for the right and one for the sort of... Hey, this guy's a shallow striker, maybe. He's not, though. Physicals aren't great, but he's young. Philippe Guiri... he's not the quickest, unfortunately. Best league for work permits in the nation. So Ireland if you want to start really low because there's no rules. Poland and Hungary if you want mid-level, basically. Those are the two best for work permits, I would say, in the whole of Europe, pretty much. Poland and Hungary is where it's at. Great Brave. He's okay, actually. The physicals are going to be an issue, though. He doesn't have the speed to be that role. I can see why he's an advanced playmaker as well, because he's got good passing and no speed. I think you're probably right, actually. He'd be better off through the centre, because he's not fast, but he can pass, and he's got okay finishing composure for his age, and he's not going to get much faster either. Yeah, I mean, Germany's hard, but like building a nation Germany is a bit like not a huge challenge. Nobody has strength. Bear in mind, they will always have low strength, generally speaking, because they're young. They gain strength quite quickly. Right, what about Omri Azubel? What do you reckon the second nationality on Omri Azubel? I'm going to go Algerian. Oh, wow, okay, that's... Oh, God, look at the physicals. We need to invest in a gym. Like, we 100% need to invest in a gym here. Look at the physical. He's actually brilliant, technically. Mentals are amazing. Runs the ball through center. Gets into opposition area. Likes the lob keeper. He has the perfect attributes for, like, shadow striker, CM kind of role. He can even play out wide. Just no physical ability whatsoever. It will improve, but still. Well, Andrew, if they come out and say, basically, that it's being delayed even further, then we'll probably rethink whether we're going to do that save for F25 and we'll just push it back. Oh, Uray's got more, hasn't he? Oh, no, he doesn't. Having 3 traits like that at 15 is actually very surprising. Bad physicals the other way around. I very much wouldn't, because mentals are much easier to train than physicals, basically. I'd much rather have a guy who's a physical monster and doesn't have the best mentals, because there's so many good training regimes that can improve their mentals, or the ones that matter the most, right? Their pace and acceleration will almost never go up by more than 2 or 3 points in their entire career. Jumping reach won't change. Natural fitness won't change. Stamina very rarely changes. Strength will go up. Balance and agility will change slightly. In fact, they were the ones that tend to go up a little bit more. I'd much rather have a guy with good physicals at a young age. Because if you put them on attacking positioning, bang, you can hit like 3 of these and they will improve really fast. Final third as well. Defensive positioning hits positioning. There's a lot more you can do with it on that side of things. He does have good teamwork, though. He's a thumbs up merchant. Go up crazy. They just don't. Their strength will go up, and their agility and balance will go up. Their acceleration and pace will simply not go up by that much, which is understandable and realistic to real life, right? At the end of the day, you don't get suddenly that much faster. You sort of have a limit to how much faster you can get as a human being. Some people are just naturally faster than others. It's usually down to their size and things like that as well. Like, his strength will absolutely grow. As will he, in fact. His jumping reach will almost certainly grow as well. That's the ones that really go up a lot. Like, for example, when we were doing Building a Nation in Seraing, that's why, after a while, we stopped looking at players who had good technicals and mentals when they were young, and instead tried to find guys that had, in theory, high PA and insanely good physicals for their age. That way we could train the rest, right? Well, I can teach a guy to be positioned, but I can't teach pace. That's the way I sort of look at it. There's some more guys down here, though, that could still be worth a look. Low determination. God, we always need to get that. Jovial. Why are we getting a tour of the rare personalities? We're going to get slack in a minute. Unambitious. Brennan Diallo. Fickle. We are actually getting quite a surprising set of personalities. Unambitious. Where are the good personalities, considering our our Hoyd is actually quite good at it. LeBron. Hoyd's personality, fairly professional. That's why we didn't replace him. Well, that we weren't allowed to. Driven, finally, a good one. It's a shame that he's not. And we'll sign these guys up. It's not quite the youth intake I was hoping for. Luckily, it will be replaced by the 15 players that we've got joining us. Oh, hello. Sell on clause. Jordy Van Dam. 100k. Isn't really playing for Concarneau. He might be worth a little bit, but I don't think he's ever going to reach that by the looks of things. He might be worth just taking the money on. We still haven't sold... Oh, no, I did sell the money on Michael van der Perver, didn't I? Yeah, I'll take the 100k. It's more money for that. Yeah, the summer intake where we take in everybody else's youth intake players. Also, that's another point. Remember, that means that all these clubs in the second, all these lower league clubs are going to be bringing their players through as well. So we'll get another chance to do another round of Belgian amateurs this summer as well with some of the new guys. So there's still a chance we can find some absolute bangers. Our youth team squad next year is going to be stacked, given that there's like 18 of these guys that are between the ages of 19 and 16 that are joining us on the 1st of July. Which isn't even that far away. We might actually get there today, honestly. Unambitious wearing the good person. Yeah, I'm calling you out, chat. I believe it is. That should be by default, right? But we'll have a look anyway. Where is that? Development advice. I've actually forgotten where the thing about youth intakes even is. Is it in here? If you could remind me what button I'm actually looking for here. Because usually it's set to that by default. Recruitment. Scouting feedback. First place you checked. So, where is it then? Am I missing something that's like really obvious to me? Because I don't see anything that says man who brings through youth teams. Like, development information is one thing, but that isn't who... Youth development. That's who you're getting advice from, though. That's nothing to do with the players that comes through. That's always your DOF. This is just advice. That's not how that works. You can't change who brings your youth team through. That is your Hoid, right? Who brings them through? Huh? I'm pretty certain that's not how that works. Oh, that's player reports. Hang on one sec. We'll just set that back again. I'm trying to do the hover over, but there isn't anything. It just says select row. Youth development one. Youth development information. The one that's set to our head of youth development. You mean? Providing youth development information. That just gives you information about the players that are developing in your youth team. That doesn't mean that they bring the... That means that when you get a report saying this guy's doing really well in training, that's him who's bringing that report through. Overview tab. Just isn't how that works, chat. As far as I know, that is not how that works. It's the same. It really fucking isn't. Otherwise, there would be no point in having a head of youth development. That's what the role does. You don't have to appoint them to the role. That is the role. Provides youth development reports. Where am I looking? I can't see what you're even telling me to look at. Right. Advice reports. Provides youth development reports. Do you know what? I stand corrected. And also, it was already set to him anyway. But you're absolutely spot on. You're right. I take it back. It's a really weird way of phrasing it, though. Because why would it phrase it and say provides youth development information? No, you're right. I stand corrected. I'm happy to admit I'm wrong. But what I will say is it was already set to our head of youth development. So I don't understand the issue. Like, I believe that is basically already automatically set to that, right? Chat, you're absolutely right. But that doesn't change the fact that it was already set to our head of youth development. It makes no sense that it would say provides youth development information, because in my head, when I read that as a human being, when you sign a new head of youth development, but we didn't sign a new head of youth development. Part of the rules when we joined this club was that we weren't allowed to change things like that. Or rather, we couldn't sack anybody. We could bring new people in, but we couldn't sack anybody. Either way, it was set to our head of youth development. Hang on, I want to change this off of him, actually. Actually, where do I? Do you know what? I think I kind of don't. He's better than our assistant at that knowledge anyway, and we've got young players anyway. So might as well keep that on him, to be honest. It is horrendously worded. Said overview that whoever said be responsibilities overview. Oh, that one there. Well, that's just the same. That just shows this, but in like macro. Well, yeah. Yeah, no, forgive me, chap. That was you can understand why it's easy to get confused by that, because it doesn't make any fucking sense that it's saying provides youth development information. There's no part of my brain that goes, oh yeah, that means that he's the guy in charge of actually signing and recruiting those players. Do you know what I mean? When I see that, I think it basically means like, let me just confirm this before we do anything silly here. When you get those like, this is where I can't find anything. You know what report I'm talking about. The person is doing really well in training reports, because that's what I would expect that to mean. Weird. Also, forgive me, chat, when like we get in situations like that, it's because I get like 7 people saying different things to me at the same time and then getting pissy when I don't listen to their specific thing that they're saying. That's why it becomes difficult to manage for me, you know? So lots of different overloads of inputs. Right. You're at Liverpool still. Have you played? No. You get those caps though. I should prove you wrong. You did. And we've managed to make 0 progress as a result of it. Because the person was already set to our head of youth development. It makes it sound like a training report. Yeah, exactly. Also, why is it not in its own category for like youth stuff? Like, it's such a weird way to hide it. That's one of the things about FM that makes it really difficult, I reckon, for a new player as well. If I'm still struggling to find things like that now, with like 10,000 hours of this game, it's amazing that anyone would be able to find anything when they were looking for it. I can see why people get confused. We have had intake, yes. Coach's idea. Literally unwatchable, it's true. To be fair, I had someone complaining on the VOD yesterday that I yap and waffle too much, and I'm just like, it's a stream VOD. Like, I realise that isn't actually for everybody, right? I get that. But surely by now, you'd be aware of that, right? I don't know. So I realise that I do yap a lot, and I do waffle a lot. That's who I am. I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not at the end of the day. I stream because I enjoy it, and I enjoy being me, rather than doing something that isn't me, right? Yeah, that makes me think, Dazzle, I need to check into that on Beaconsfield. It's a VOD. Yeah, no, but at the end of the day, like, I realise that my type of content is not for everybody. I'm
Can you
fully
please
aware of
stop talking? I am trying to sleep.
Sorry, Jambalaya. Do you want me to make snoring noises? I could just make an alarm clock noise for you. I know, but I realise that's not everyone. Like, some people do want to watch people progress the game really, really fast and like never stop to talk to chat and or be just narrating what they're doing at all times. Kind of like a Let's Play, really, I suppose. And I get that, right? People have different tastes in what they want to watch, right? But what I'm saying is there's loads of streamers and content creators that... Actually, I don't know if there are, actually. I feel like a lot of the FM streamers sort of are similar to me. I mean, that's fair enough. Like, people don't like what they don't like. Fine. It's okay. You can't please everybody all the time, and I'd be silly to try to. I think in the past I used to try to, and now I'm just kind of quite happy just being me, right? Also, sorry, Andrew, that we didn't get to concentrate on your player very much. There just wasn't a lot to show. I'll refund your points, actually. At the Wolves. I could look at the Wolves. Is that the Wolverhampton Wanderers, by any chance? Bullet Chesters. That sounds intriguing. That sounds violent, Norden. Never watched the... I was going to say. I was recording... I did a video with Zims the other week, and he had Z on as well. Not on that same video, but he was talking about how he had to enforce a time limit on the questions because Z was taking so long. Just that's the most Zealand thing I've ever heard. It's tremendous. But this is the thing. This is how people find streamers that they like, right? They just try out loads of different people on the quiz thing, yeah. Oh, I just realised I progressed there. My apologies. I'll circle back. It's the opposite of yapping that time. I just randomly put it up and then moved on with my life. There we go. Wolves, there they are. Brian Eitner is the captain, Labrovic is the vice, and Kino is Potter there is their key player. They've got a hot prospect called Tom Scrivener. And I should clarify, this isn't me like calling people out or having a go at anybody because they don't like my content. At the end of the day, that's fine, right? Not everyone's going to like everything. I just thought it was a bit strange to be this deep into a save and finding out that I waffle quite a lot. But there you go. Has her open his lexicon. He takes his time. I respect it. Right. What are the icons? Let's see. He is... Oh, hang on. He might be. No, in fact, it seems like most of the icons are sort of not current day players. They sell waffle. I mean, I'll sell you some waffle, chat. Like, this isn't a gimmick I do. I'm just talking to chat, really. Sometimes that means we get a bit slow. And I actually find that sometimes the times when the chat is least active is when I'm just randomly playing games and talking about FM most of the time. As it happens. From looking at numbers. Oh, they've got a Trimbagonian. LeSean Morris. Damn, he's actually quite good. And I would explain why he's joining Sosho. What a player. Marathon collab. What? He does the first half of the marathon and I do the second half. I don't think I can manage a full marathon. Although, what I will say is, I'll show you more about Wolves. I've done it twice. I'm going to go back and show Wolves again. You're getting 3 lookups for the price of 1. Let's just have a little look at his at their league history so far in this save, which would have started, I think, there. They've been around. They've had one sort of breakout season. Yeah, I went for a run yesterday. About to waffle chat. I went for a run yesterday evening to sort of shake things off a little bit after spending all day writing that script. And like last week, I'd done like a 5k at like 7:20 pace. And I was like, okay, let's. I thought I'm getting better. Let's see if I can go a little bit faster and aim for 7 today. Ended up doing it in like 6:31 pace, and I was very pleased with that, given that I haven't been running again for very long. I was surprised that I could actually get up to that speed now. It's a lot faster than I expected. My plan was to get to like under 35 and then go do a park run, but I thought that would take ages, but I did like 32:40, so I was like very happy with that. Have aimed for new club after season? No, this is our first season at the club. Oh wow, did he get injured again? Per kilometre. If I'm doing that per mile, then look at me. Do you think that's per mile? Imagine if it was. You'd be like, damn, he's a tank. Very fast tank. Let's try. Wait, where's Delen? Have I missed something? Where's Delen gone? Why was he not showing up? He probably wasn't. I was just ignoring him. Lebro, Villain. I'm not going to start Villain. I'm going to go back to our boy. Because why not at this point, right? Still the sub toe. Oh, really? What, Delen? I thought it was DeVos that had the stub toe. I hate that it doesn't tell you. Yeah, he's the one with the stub toe. Sorry, it's because they've got very similar names, Delen and DeVos. There's the air. It's Daniel Andre. None of the new guys, unfortunately, have earned the chance to play on the bench. Who are these? Oh, these are... Wait, who are these guys? Oh, they're the trialees that are all absolute trash, unfortunately. Haidini, he's actually injured, so I probably shouldn't start Haidini here. I'll start Ngoy. Was he really? Yeah, he's right there, isn't he? Sometimes I just don't see things when they're right in front of me, as you know from what we were just looking at. It's streamer blindness. Right. Back we go. He do be coming and go. He loves Dua Lipa, does our boy. Right, let's try William Ngoy. Speaking of. Like, LeBro actually has a 7.0. He's bang on 7, basically. And he's got a goal every other game. So I can't be too annoyed at him. It's just you can see when you look at, like, most of our team, with the exception of Delen here, like, close to 7s, reasonable. Chams has done okay, but it's a ball-winning midfielder, so that's a tough one. Nascimento's done all right. How's Booty's rating actually been? Yeah, it's definitely been lower than that. Massanello just below 7, but then there's this huge drop-off in this one specific position. It's, like, really quite stark. They've got a goal called Jenny Rus. There we go. Sick. You're Montenegrin, dude. Well, he's not very good. And he's 15. No point in rushing him into the team. He's not going to make us better, let's put it that way. Not yet. He could do, maybe. Plus, he's actually not got a contract yet. Don, thank you very much.
What is this nonsense?
For the 17 months.
Stop interrupting my yapping session with gameplay.
My apologies. I could do you a nice blank screen if you fancy it. I do wonder if just getting better work rate across the entire team could be quite useful too, because it feels like one of the ways that we used to win the ball a lot with in Cardiff was situations like that. They'd take a poor touch and we'd be able to nip in and get it. But it feels like in this league, we've not been quite as on the ball and things like that. Henry go as striker. Sorry, not striker, sorry. That's the sort of thing I might consider, actually, because Chamsdina's been fine, but I feel like a Somba probably has the future here, right? Mute to drink. Right. I realise that that's unfortunate, but I have to be able to drink while I'm streaming. I can't just not drink. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not going to mute myself every time I take a drink. I don't know what you want me to do there, unless you're just joking around, in which case, fair enough. Like, yeah. I have to be able to drink liquids while I'm streaming. I'm talking for 4 hours. It's just a little bit difficult to do otherwise. I'm not intentionally slurping, but there's a can in front of my mouth. Like I know what misophonia is. I realise that, but I'm not sure what I can really do about it. Lower the asking price. Increasing the asking price. Does it really? You just get Saudi and Chinese clubs. Is this like the I like your streams but kind of day? Ah, dear. Like, obviously, I want it to be a good experience for you, but I have to be able to exist as a human being at the same time as well, right? I'm not doing it on purpose. Streams and but now you're talking. Do I have to stand up and do a butt reveal? Drink more, no. It's not, like I said, I'm not doing it on purpose, obviously. But I'm also not going to mute every time I take a drink. Because the fact is, even if I said I was, I wouldn't, because I would forget immediately. Just like everybody else would. Yeah, and Goy's struggling again. We're actually playing poorly, but not getting a bad result. Again. It's just what we do. It's in our culture. And Goy's definitely getting subbed, though, because he has been woeful. I don't even blame him at this point. We'll go with Sven's mates. A sausage rolling stream. Actually, Thursday's gonna. Oh, I'm gonna have to be very careful on Thursday because not in the background noise. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I mean, that's why we have music on for the most part, to try to cover stuff like that. Do you know what? Just do both of these two, right? Just yeah, why not? I mean, it essentially is just that anyway, isn't it? It's one of those things that you sort of take to heart a little bit because you're just like a person trying to do their best at the end of the day, right? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, because we've got the house inspector coming around on Thursday. I guess I'll put Lawrence in. Yeah, Delenn is just nowhere near as good as DeVos. We definitely are worse with him in the team. There's just not a lot we can do about it. Got one more sub. No, I'll just leave him on, actually. Hang on. This guy has to have... Wait, really? Oh, come on now. RDF. Yes, so bear in mind, they're only called one match because you know when you import a training schedule, you have to do... FM's weird like this. You have to sort of... No. Oh, totally understand, Whopping Bloke. I'm glad you brought that up. It's just... I don't really know what I can do about it, really, other than not drink while I'm live, because I'm not going to be able to mute every time I take a sip of drink. It's a difficult situation, because I don't want to upset people. At the same time, I also have to exist as a human being myself, because I am just doing my best out here, you know? Right. Yeah, why is... that sounds so, like, Cambodian, his name. And I'm assuming he does have, like, Cambodian heritage in some way. But yeah, sorry, the training schedules... I'm very good at it, Bear. It's what I do. Despite never trying to. Just a dude living my life. But, yeah, so basically when you import them, you have to save them separately, essentially. So you bring them in, then you have to, like, save as, and then it copies the name. So I just call them one match and two matches. That way, because of my tiny brain, I don't get confused by them. I actually don't know exactly which ones I'm actually using because I wasn't even able to import semi-pro training schedules for some reason. I know this is not a problem other people have had, but I, for whatever reason on FM24, might be the corrupted game files or something, I don't know. I'm unable to import semi-pro training schedules at all. That must be offside against the pro, surely? Have we just hit the crossbar and it's gone in? Is the camera all right? No, it won't count. Of course. Don't be silly. We've been crap again here. It does feel like we've got worse, if anything, as the season's going on. Yeah, you can. I know. A lot of people can, but for some reason I can't. It simply doesn't... They don't show up when I try to import them. Like, they're just not there. So basically, in order to actually use these schedules, what I had to do was Andrew put them... a screenshot of them in the Discord for me, and then I recreated them from scratch, which didn't actually take very long, because there's not a lot of panels in the... What on earth was the point of that cross? Oh, come on now. Yeah, it just says they're not applicable or something when I try to bring them in. Oh, good. Now Pity's going to get sent off. Or something like that. Booty to left back. Technically, he could do the job, even though the game doesn't reckon. It's weird that Booty has no familiarity with left back in this save, yet I swear, maybe I retrained him, actually. I've had him play there in the past. Oh, go on. It's Sven. Come on, Sven. Go, Sven. Run, Svenny boy. Actually, he's got support at the back post if you can just hold the ball on for a second. Cool. Yep, that works too. Get everybody down the entire pitch and then lose it. Very crucial. Oh, just one good ball. That could be it, you know. Oh, square it. Massanello. He's got a body in the box. He's going to shoot. He scored! The 10 men of Seraing with... We lead away at... That's, It's a great ball out to him from a Somber of all people. Just beautiful little fade with that left foot. The first touch, actually, if anything, I thought took him too close to the goalkeeper, and he really did. 2-1 Nottingham. Oh, no, absolutely spot on. Smates created that. I suppose he did. Yeah. I didn't even get a chance to make a tactical tweak then. This will be a 2-1 defeat, right? He must have something like that. Let's have a look. I think it was like red. I guess orange. It's very, very minimal familiarity, but he can do the... How on earth... Van Wraith, buddy, this is why you have conceded more goals than you should have done. God. Yeah, bad to me. It wasn't a great intake, unfortunately. But we move. Oh. Or we don't move because I haven't pressed continue. Hilarious that we've just got an absolutely massively undeserved win. How are we somehow pulling this off all of a sudden against these good sides? A win against Young Reds with 10 men, with Massanello scoring the goal. Van Wraith puts in another man of the match performance. Crazy. I don't know about bad to mid. I think that was just bad to bad. Was it Robbie Bright? Oh, that would have been fun, actually. I mean, fair play to the lads. Because we didn't deserve anything from that. At all. In fact, I think that's back-to-back games now. A goal keep missing a short ball. I think I've maybe only seen it once or twice. I think it definitely happened in a Sirens game. I believe randomly against Wolfsburg or something. Yeah, it's Antwerp's B team. Win to win is true. Oh, it's absolutely nice to finally win a game that we didn't deserve to win. But it would be nice to feel like we're playing better and like should be getting these wins. But hey, we'll take it. Did we literally score like 1 minute after we got the red card? The youth candidates did beat our under-18 team. I'll let the DOF sign up all these guys because that's okay for the moment. I just worry that he's not got the ceiling and that they're just going to be completely like overwhelmed by the other guys that we've got coming in. God, has he got like low natural fitness? It's weird that he keeps getting like jaded despite us only playing like 1 game a week when he's still got like this stamina maybe, but his natural fitness isn't that bad because he's the only player I've really noticed this with. Like I totally get it when you are playing like twice a week a lot of the time, but we are only playing like every other week. Well, not every other week. We are slipping in the XG tab. We fully are. We're probably down to like 4th now. I'm not entirely sure how that's happened. I assume it's because we've played an extra game, right? Yeah, okay. I was very confused for a moment there, chat. Youth candidate signed, so they're all signed up. That'll help us a little bit there. Yeah, he's going to give them all $4,000 a week. James Bradley's about to be very, very fond of us. Finally did Wolves. What a great request that was to me as well. That's actually just on the main playlist. Hey, we're finally not able to be relegated anymore too. What we got? 3 games left. Could technically still get a second. We're not going to, obviously. Van Wraith progress. I mean, at least he's showing progress, I suppose. And to be fair, lately he has improved. Those last 2 games, he's actually done a very, very good job. I suspect he's still going to be bottom of this league. But that was only because he was so far behind. What was it? Expected goals prevented. That's the one. What? Wait, no, I'm looking for the overperformance or underperformance one, aren't I? Wait, no, that... I'm sure this is another one of these things where I'm just missing something because I do that regularly. Clean sheet, self-held, self-parried, per 90 minutes, conceded per 90 minutes, expected goals prevented. Why is he no longer on this list? Is it because other teams have played more than one goalkeeper for enough games now to the point where it's just pushed him off the end of the list entirely? Van Wraith is just not showing up on there at all. He's so bad they don't even consider him in the list. That's really weird. I assume it is just because some of these other teams, like, not in the top 20. Which means he's even worse. In a 20-team league, to not even be in the top 20 goalkeepers is a bit worrying. He's got to catch up with Marcus Pettersson, damn it. Match-to-match results consistently, like a kaleidoscope. Pretty much, yeah. It's weird, because when you look at how well we started the season, even though we should have won some of these games, it just really started to just sort of fade away. I wonder if the morale was just hit really hard by it. That being said, we got 15th, then 9th, then 10th in our last 3. There is a chance that we could finish with a flourish, potentially. But yeah, it's these reports, basically, but like the youth player equivalent of these. That's what I thought that thing meant, because essentially the one for the first team has the exact same terminology in it. Yeah, there's 2 standing keepers, and there was also 2 guys from Young Antwerp, Red Lions, Young Reds. So that's pushed our guy off the bottom of the list. That's his goal for the rest of the season. Try to get back onto the list. He can't be that far behind, because Pettersson was at like -7. And I think that Van Wraith, just in the last 2 games alone, has probably gained like +2. Wait, that's the wrong one. I always get the wrong one first. This is the one. Faces poor shots, saves most shots. He's definitely growing a little. Is he, though? I feel like he's been sat around that 70%. I do wish that we could get better analysts, so I could get the actual information I want there, which isn't showing up. Have I got any space for analysts? I can't believe I'm even considering this. No. In fact, we're not allowed any performance analysts. Who the ones not featured? I probably wouldn't put that on YouTube. It wouldn't be particularly good YouTube content. It's fine for shorts, but it's not really YouTube video material, really. I'm only really doing that for shorts. I will be making a Weird FM video, but I want to collect a few more for that first. Like, it's the kind of content that it's fine for things like TikTok and Instagram and YouTube shorts, but nobody wants to see a full YouTube video of that. It would be just kind of, not lazy, but it just wouldn't be a very good video.
Building it now.
Like an XG stat. So basically, when you have better analysts, you can see it on the advanced goalkeeping thing. It'll actually tell you their underperformance on XG per game in that screen. But because our analysts are so shit, i.e. non-existent, we can't see it. The only way we can actually see it is to go to the player details screen. Of course, he doesn't show up on there at the moment. Best we can do is his save percentage. Danny boy, thank you for the 42 months. And M-Shifts, thank you for the follow.
Nice to see you all managing in South Netherlands nowadays. Anyways, how's life, Matto and Chatto?
It's okay, Dan. It's okay. We're getting there. We're pushing on through. It's the Weird FM sub on Discord, then. No, I mean, I'm just going to find them anyway. I'm going through literally country by country. Also, the Weird FM sub of the Discord bit is for weird stuff from FM saves, so people can provide save files. That's what that channel is for. I'm literally going country by country through every single club that's in them. I've got like a huge list of them already that I'm working my way through. It's like every single video part, it's like, why have you not done Deportivo Wanker? It's like, because everyone's heard of them. And I also mentioned it in the first one, I think. Player's profile page. I think you might be able to use the individual player stats one, perhaps. Using date was crap. I'd say crap. Mid is probably a better phrase. They promised a C on the players, and they kind of delivered on the C. It wasn't great in the end. Let's have a look at his actual profile. Because there used to be a way that you could... I mean, I'm sure you still can. He's up towards the top of this, isn't he? Van Wraith. There used to be a way that you could add... Yeah, here. These ones. Pass completion, pass attempted, save percentage. Yeah, still only showing a save percent. Yeah, so basically, the Weird FM channel was for people to submit weird stuff that's happened in their save files and provide the save files themselves so I could include it in the series. That's why I had the pinned message, but unfortunately, the pinned message just disappears off the screen, obviously, and I wish Discord had a way that the pinned message just stayed at the top of the channel. Like, actually physically stayed on screen at all times when you were scrolling around, like it does on Twitch, almost. 30 now, yes. They actually start top flight in this save, I believe. And they fall... Basically, they're in a massive debt spiral. Yeah, I think it's just because our analytics are so bad. Yeah, hang on. Did you say he had 0.12 XG? did you see that? Or was that on defensive? Oh, it's XA. Sorry, my bad. Wait, still, where did you see that? Was it on his profile? Oh shit, it is! Just it's just a long ball. End of stream and not a time limit. Yeah, but we're talking about Discord, not Twitch. I was actually saying Twitch's one works ideally slightly better than Discord. Basically, I was trying to figure out a way to pin a message to a Discord that actually stays at the top rather than just gets wiped away. Because unless you check the pinned messages, how would you see them, right? He does. Hang on. You say he's saved 100% of his penalties against? That's right, Saz. How's it going, man? Hang on. Has he actually saved every penalty? Where are you reading that from? I'm sure there's a stat I'm somehow missing. Is it on here? Where are you reading that from? In the report. Oh, really? Oh, on this one here. Where is it? Is that one? Nope. That one. Oh, it's defensive, right? Presumably. Oh my god, you're right. Penalty save ratio 100. That's absolutely unhinged. Yes, Dan. I moved in November last year. Pog and I finally managed to get a place. 1 of 1. Are you sure? I think it's more than that. It might be 1 of 1, actually. Why can't you see that information? Actually, is it on form? Is there like a penalty saved stat or something? Yeah, we conceded a penalty in the game against OHL. He actually said that one. He definitely saved because they hit it right at him. It's weird that this doesn't seem to be like unique for goalkeepers. It just seems to give you the same like stats no matter which player you're looking at. You'd think it would like make quite a bit. Hang on, is it? There used to be like a this one. Here we go. It might be in here. Would be fun if it was just 1 penalty save, wouldn't it? Yeah, it fully doesn't tell you, does it? That's really annoying. Maybe we have only considered 1 penalty, potentially. Dean with the 54.
Also, do a big kick.
Yeah, Pop Thursday. Can do. Oh, hang on a minute. I have got a podcast on Thursday night. Next week says pens. Does he really? Hang on, let me have a look. So I'm probably being blind again, as per. I'll have to talk to Pog about that, Dean, because I have got a podcast recording on Thursday night. So it was this one. This one. You're right. It is literally 1 of 1, isn't it? Hey. So apparently, God, it just feels like we can see penalties all the time. I just assumed we conceded loads. Hello, Hadrian. We had our relatively gopping youth intake. Yeah, that means 1 taken, 1 saved, I guess. Unless that means he scored a penalty. So yeah, I'll have to see how that goes and what time that's going to be. But yeah, Dan, it's we like it a lot. It's just nice to have. It's nice to have an office that I can just stream from and work from and not have to have a bed behind me. You know, it's pleasant. Cliches finally get back to you. No, sadly not. Defender tackles it. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, best player we basically, Hadrian, we got like a little tour of really odd but mostly negative personalities in our youth intake. We had a casual, a fickle, a jovial. Yeah, it wasn't great. But we did get the English Montenegrin dude called James Bradley. A 1-1 draw, oh damn. Even though their 18s are suffering now. No Pog on the squats, no. She has to break other things like the chest of drawers in the other room. Most clean sheets, how is he keeping clean sheets? Watch us just like not concede a goal for the rest of the stream. Clock being in the 17th. Oh, the clock being in the 17th. I was literally listening to that exact episode this morning in bed. Because the other thing that got me was the where the commentator in the Everton game said they'd scored directly from the restart when it was literally the opening kickoff of the game. I haven't seen the 1-second one. I haven't had a chance to watch the highlights of that yet. How was the game? Most of the time, I just forget Monday Night Football's even on until like I'll see a random goal notification and be like, oh yeah. Unless Fulham are playing, obviously. And even then, Still a bit of a stretch, isn't it? You know, I think there's a chance that we might actually get up to the 1st of July to actually see those random guys join us today. Because it feels like they're going to be a lot better than our youth intake. What I would say is, Adam Chamsdina actually has a really good pass completion. Evaluate again. I got the, you know, the email you get where your DOF can sign up whoever they want kind of thing. So we did that. Speaking of the DOF. Sad to report that left-back Michael Paquet has suffered a significant setback in attitude lately. I feel the player has taken a step back in his development as a result of off-field events and has shown a lack of ambition ever since. Disappointing. And he's left his agent. Do you think there's a connection between the two things? He's got no ambition and then goes, I don't need... Does he even got a new agent? No. He left his agent and then just kind of went, oh well. That's tremendous. He didn't even have the ambition to have an agent anymore. I mean, as it happens, he's not a player that we're super obvious, super care about anyway, but that is kind of funny to me. Oh, dear. To Palmer across his own net. Well, I guess a win's a win, right? Hopefully, we can get a win's a win in this game. Wait, why is my assistant saying to change the entire team? It's never a good sign. Let me guess, someone's playing well in training. Familiar with the team setup. This sort of fixture is good to give him an opportunity to feature. Why? Perform well in training. Ability commands space on the team. No, it doesn't. His bravery and work rate make him a good team player. Yeah, I'm not dropping Guillaume. Although it's good to know that Sharon... Did we ever look at Sharon? What's he saying? He does have good work rate. Great teamwork. Still, why have none of our players got any concentration? Tyrion is like a very average player who's just not as good as any of the 3 centre-backs we have. And because we've had a very limited amount of injuries or like need for squad rotation, he's just found no form at all. Anyone in good spirits? That is the question, isn't it? Right. Is that what I want to... How are you still not fit yet? I just can't afford to start Ndoye. I'm going to start Villain again. I just want someone to do something, man, in that role. Just anybody. Who's actually played the best of the bunch? Hydini's on a 7-6. Villain 5-6. Smate 6-6. 6-3, rather. And Goy slightly better. I'm just talking about the second digit, of course. I'm going to start Henry, though, instead of Chamsdina. Actually, am I? Chams has actually been quite good lately. The problem is Henry lacks match sharpness, so he will just get punished for that, and Chamsdina has played better than him this season. That's kind of just what it comes down to, right? It's so hard to build match sharpness, even as a substitute in this league, because it's semi-pro. And you just get hit so hard by it. Then again, I'm playing Joanne, aren't I? Fuck it, I'll start Henry for this game. It's against a worse side, in theory. Hello, mate. It's going all right, man. We're just... really good at XG, terrible at actually scoring. Wait. Oh, my bad. I might have to put one of the airs. Actually, no. We'll ignore the airs and put Dondre on the bench. That'll help. Now, if Lebro continues his form, we should at least be able to get one goal out of him today. You said that goalkeeper's called Diet Creamers. I thought his actual name was Diet. Right. Let's never press. I feel like when they tell you to never press, it's never a good thing. Complacent. Excellent. Henry's about to get sent off, isn't he? Oh, that's gone well. I still haven't quite won the players over there, have I? Okay. Axel Rolls in there as well. Gibby Tall. Gibby 5'11". Okay. Let's go. It is weird playing in front of a pretty much empty stadium every single week. Like 1,000 people in a 16,000 seater ground doesn't bode well. Maybe we can start getting some wins and start getting the fans back in. It is giving like random 2-footed challenge from behind vibes. Oh, he definitely, his Tinder bio 100% says 6'1". Because if you say 6 foot, it's suspicious, isn't it? One player who has not scored a single goal this season is Gonçalves Nascimento. No goals at all. Like, we talk about how bad... oh, God. Don't think I'd want to bring on Weber as a left-back. Stadium upgrade. They're like, hey, we're feeling 20,000. How do you feel about that? Right. Creamers with a long ball downfield. I know it's Kramers, but when a name comes and presents itself like that, you got to take it, right? Oh, goddamn. Gabriel's absolutely flying. He's got 3 players on him, which means someone is going to be... Wow, cool. Yep, good. I'm not here Sunday, little man, so that won't be happening. I'm in Vienna this weekend. Well, on Saturday anyway. Look at this run from Gabriel. This is almost like Robbie Swinburne-esque, to be fair. Not sure what the defenders are doing by not tracking the sole player that was in the box. Right. This is another relegation threat inside that we are struggling against. We seem to have got worse throughout the season, despite the team, in theory, getting better, which is really interesting. I guess we're going to have to make that change. Because of Pity being suspended. Because steal Gabriel, maybe, yeah. See if they get relegated, we might be able to steal Gabriel off them for next season, perhaps. I think we've got a lot of business to do in the summer, but we've got the money to make that happen at least, unless the board change their mind. Got better, potentially, too. Brought Vange at left back. I guess. The change has happened now, so we'll have to just do that. Right. Off to our side. Yeah. Nascimento. Oh my god. As I was saying, bro hasn't scored a goal all season. He finally gets one. First season in Belgium. Yeah, this is the first. It's the final stages of the first season in Belgium. It's been a bit of a slower season in terms of progress, just because we've been sort of trying to analyse why the team has underperformed their statistics so badly. Finally his first goal of the year. Yeah, who else has not scored a goal yet this season? Villain, if you could, lad, that'd be excellent. Asomba's got one, hasn't he? Has Velociraptor what? I don't know if the Velociraptor has got a goal for us yet this year, but we're back in the game, which is nice. Guillaume, pop one over the top for Lebro. What is that? Van Rey hasn't scored, but he has had some expected assists, though. Presumably a long ball downfield that just happened to go to the right place. Right, come on, get on. Right, just get across to him. Actually make a tackle on someone. It's going to be a long-range banger from the Sam Aston's office, isn't it? Oh, good save. I just assumed it was going in now. We're doing okay, Dutch FM, but also not really. This team has just been a bit of a head case this season, really. Like, in no danger of getting relegated, should be doing a lot better than they are, but just haven't been able to cut it this year. But they will improve. But honestly, our opponents today have actually been pretty solid. We're just not creating the output that we were at the start of the year. Before, it was a case of we were creating stuff but missing it. Now we're just not really creating a lot and also missing it. Although, weirdly, we're matching our XG a little bit more in the most recent games. We're just not creating much of it. Which I don't know if I prefer that or not. But we move. Maybe it's because Regan Booty. Booty was in the team a lot towards the start of the season. I'm just saying. Coincidence? Probably. Verlaine struggled. Lebro's done okay. I feel like Guillaume hasn't scored for quite some time either. Right, I'm going to make a slightly earlier than normal sub here because, as usual, exactly who you'd expect to be playing poorly are playing poorly, pretty much. Although Henry's not done well either, unfortunately. Verlaine is the problem here. In what sense? We're in virtual second, lost that game and have imploded. Yeah, it's crazy. Considering the morale hasn't really dropped too much because we've not lost that many in a row around that period either. I might actually get Corona on in the centre of midfield. Conversion sense. He's not played that many games, to be fair. I think it's a bit harsh to say that. He's only started 2 matches all season. Like, Villain, prior to today, had 0.07 XG. So, I mean, he hasn't scored either, but I don't think he's particularly at fault specifically. What, and swap him around like that? Potentially, yeah. Although, admittedly, Devos is actually playing quite poorly. It's just our right side in general that's kind of been a bit of an issue. Although, it's not solely that. But in fairness, he could easily be It's Houdini that's been the biggest waste merchant of anyone in the club this season by an absolute country mile. The man's got nearly 7 XG in the league and has scored 1 goal. And that's impressive. Hence why I didn't even bring him on as a sub here, because I had no faith that he would do anything for us. Not that Smates is doing anything either. Although, watch him come up with the winner now. Go on. Back post. Caron gets it out of his feet. Can he fire it? Yes, he can! Emmanuel Caron. Seraing 2. A team in the relegation zone that we should really be beating much easier than this one, but who cares? A win's a win, baby. You'd think he would, but his biggest magic is managing to turn good chances into bad ones. There we go. It's Emmanuel Caron. Maybe we should listen to the assistant. That work rate, gets it out of his feet, drills it low and hard. Hey, there we go. Would this be back-to-back wins, by the way? If it actually came off in another game that we wouldn't deserve to win. Hilariously, we've now started winning matches that we don't deserve to after an entire season of the exact opposite of that happening. This would send us on to 47 points, still only 10th in the league. Bloody hell. Look at us with these really mid performances. Basically, chat, in order to win games, you have to play worse. Today I learned, just play worse and you will win matches. It's like the game felt sorry for us. It went, all right, fine, we've screwed with them enough now. That might bring us back down into single-digit underperformances. To be fair, we did get a win with 10 men in the last game. We got a red card and then immediately scored and won the match. Great dub again for us there. We got above Deesh, who actually I think we're playing very soon. Come on now. Little injury for Lawrence there. This is tremendous. Play worse to win games, yeah. Like, we've not had... I don't think we've had a single game recently where we've created a great deal. Like, last 3 matches. 0.64, got a draw. 0.36, got a win. 0.02, got a win. That's not... It's like it's opposite land. Now that we've started playing poorly, we're getting the dubs. We've actually now only lost 1 of our last 5. Beautiful. Only -8 now on points. That was -11 only a couple of games ago. Now we're moving towards something. We could still finish as high as, like... Well, we won't, but we could. Tremendous. Maybe I'll start Corona as the central mid next game. We could always put Guillaume through the middle as the shadow. I think we've tried that before, but I'm not opposed to trying it again. Always catches up. Well, I mean... I don't think it would even be physically possible for it to catch up, given that we've only got 9 more points available. But I'd like to believe that we can get it down a little bit more. Yeah, he's just fully playing now. 16 games from the start, 2 assists from DM, 6 caps for Australia still. He's cooking. There's something going on there. When was the last back-to-back wins? Do you know what? I don't know if we've even had back... Oh, no, we did. We've actually had it once, I think. Just get rid of the... Just hide the friendlies. They get in the way. I think we've done it once. This season. We got back-to-back wins... Wait, where? Yeah, there. When we beat the Rock Tortoises and then OHL. And then we got those 2 wins there. Europe in the next 2 years. That would be incredible. Because that means we'd have to win the cup, basically. Do you reckon we're saving all our XG up so that next year we can just go bang, win it all? Record low league goals for Cardiff Drax. Ouchie. They've just been super relegated, haven't they? We need to talk about their manager's name. They haven't technically been... Oh, no, they have. Yeah, they've fully been relegated. God, look what they did to our legacy. And so fast as well. It took them but moments, literally 2 and a bit years to destroy our legacy entirely. Oh, dear. Meanwhile, the old enemy, Avonlido, doing bits. They've got a St. Kitts and... Do you reckon they just like Caribbean, Central American Caribbean managers, perhaps? Gavon or Javon Wiggly. What a great name. Tremendous work there. He was the head of youth development at Barla Town and they saw fit to appoint him as manager. In all my saves. Do you have me on Steam by any chance, Hans? Because if you do, that's probably the reason. So I'm in a load of people's Hall of Fames on Steam because of some of the random test saves that Hadrian and I have done. Most notably the Everest ones, because of the sheer amount of points that it generates when you do it, you end up in the Hall of Fame. Look, if I show you my own one, so you see there that, oh, it's Buxton as well. There's the Oldham one, Buxton. Louis Mihov at MTK Budapest as well. And there's also my Dinamo Zagreb one from 2 years ago. For some reason. The Dinamo Zagreb was the one where I won, I got Croatia to number 2 and won the Champions League with Dinamo Zagreb without ever managing a game. I was on holiday the entire time. But yeah, so that's why. If you've got me on Steam, you will probably sometimes see that. It seems to vary from person to person, though. Yeah, John Warrington. Why is the John... Someone did explain the John Warrington thing. Isn't it like a glitch or something? Don't have me on Steam. The only other... You didn't by any chance download one of my save files from one of these videos I've done, potentially, because that can also trigger it. For example, Hadrian has me in some of his from when we've exchanged save files. I was in yours. Oh, you're in mine. That makes even less sense. I love it. That makes even less sense. Did I ever download... You didn't by any chance send me a save file, did you? For like, I don't know, Weird FM or something. At some point in the last like 3 years. But yeah, if you've downloaded one of my save files for something, sometimes that can slot it in as well. If you make any kind of saves to it. Yeah, Hatra's entire Hall of Fame is me. You're welcome. Could get a local business person, and they wouldn't be any worse for it. PC Game Pass. That makes even less sense. I don't even have a Game Pass account, I don't think. Make this your next save. I may well have downloaded that potentially at some point. But yeah, that's the reason. Either it means that you've downloaded one of my save... If you're in there, it either means we're friends on Steam, or you've downloaded one of my save files. Do a Discord. I don't believe it's specifically to do with Discord. I think it is just because of save file downloading. Because I put up a lot of save files from random videos that people at some point might have downloaded. Yeah, I don't know who that is either, James. There is a... I believe it's someone from the SI forums that found a way to like glitch out and appear on everyone's Hall of Fames, I think. The board are happy, yes. They're not only happy, they're like overly happy considering that we're like 11th in the league. But apparently that's enough for them to be completely content with us. They're not happy about the fact that we've failed to repair the club's financial damage, as if we were suddenly going to find £14 million down the side of the sofa. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Last time I checked, we were at 65 on this. Yeah, we're still at 65. The only thing they're not pleased about is the financial one. But, like, how am I supposed to... How are they expecting me to repair the club's financial damage in a single season as well, by the way? I realise that I only have a 1-year contract, but it is just mad. Oh, Takeover Talks, you're right. Sorry, I didn't see what you were referring to there, but no, you're absolutely spot on. Local investor, hey! Maybe Drax are going up in the world. Not looking at that. What you're saying is I need to get like a DFS sofa. I mean, I've heard they're going out of business. Or at least having some kind of big sale. So I believe these are all the guys we... Not released, but you know what I mean. Look at Upper Volta Hall of Fame. Just because... Is that because it's like a test country that you use? We're at home next. It feels like we could actually finish the season in quite nice form. Like, we're at home against a good-ish side, and we finished away at Deist. It feels like there's actually a bit of progress being made here. I might even start Sharon next game, though. And go back to Haidini just because reasons. God, this guy just never wants to leave, does he? Oh, we've actually got a scout report here. He's a Czech dude. Central midfielder. Finishing could be poor. Can't think, I can't even trial him or anything. And he's out of contract and... Oh, hello. Oh, hello. You're on loads of money. There's no way we'd be able to sign you. Chesterfield's goalkeeper, Jack Bonham, 34 years old. We're getting some of the weirdest scout report. I think it's just because... We do actually have Belgium on here. Weird. I think next summer we'll be able to actually get more stuff going on. Hello, Tom. Weirdly, we've now won back-to-back games, neither of which we deserve to win. After a season of underperforming massively, we've now just started winning games. Just out of nowhere. That means, of course, now that we're coming up against a team that we actually should be potentially getting something from, we will now lose. It's just what we do. Upper Volta. Yeah, it sounds like almost like the name of a city from a fantasy novel. Speaking of which, I finally finished that Stephen King book. Basically, yeah, we're finally down to -8 on expected points. Take requests of possible players. I prefer not to, just because I feel like I'd rather my scouts find the players, and if someone tells me the name of a player and we sign them, it just doesn't feel as organic as actually finding. Also, remember, we're in the now 4th season. Or is it technically the 5th season? Or is it technically the 6th season? Mariska was the first one. Then we did 2 years at Cardiff. Essentially, an entire year taken up by... It's technically the 5th season, actually. For some reason, I was under the impression that it was the 4th season, but I think it's just because the game date when you start is so early. It's like 2.5 years ago in real time now. And in addition, there's no player that we can sign that would cost any money anyway. So oh yeah, there are loads, but bear in mind, we can't really... We're in £13 million worth of debt. So at the moment, we're just trying to rely on, as you say, free signings. But again, we're finding loads of them. What was I going to do this time? Sestri didn't feel... No, it's because obviously we weren't at Sestri for an entire season, but we... My brain witnessed an entire season's worth of misery. We'll get Haidini back in because reasons. I'm going to give Henry another go. It was a tough game last time. I'll let him off for this one. Sestri, never heard of them. We don't acknowledge Sestri around these parts. I do not recognise them. If this was the UN, I would refuse to admit them. We actually managed quite a few games at Sestri. It just didn't feel like it. Thank God. That was just an absolute disaster. I suspect it is just because they sounded like a Spanish team. Wow, look at the fun nationalities they've got in this team. Congolese, Burkinabe, Macedonian, Malian, Cameroonian, Senegalese. For a second I thought they had like about 7 different African nations, but no repeat ones, but they've got 2 Senegalese chaps. It's a fun team they've got assembled here. They must be paying a fortune to these guys. I guess they're all on non-contracts, right? Also, Blurton as a first name. Good to know. Hybrid Nation SBC match in it. Yeah, they'll be absolutely ruined during AFCON. They won't, because none of these guys are good enough to get in those nations. Actually, some of them might. Nah, honestly, they probably wouldn't, would they? Not even like Burkina Faso. They've got enough good players that they wouldn't be dipping into the Belgian 3rd tier, probably. Right. Aggressive and complacent. Why is our goalkeeper complacent? Maybe that's part of the issue. Before every game, he's just like, I don't need to be here. I'm better than you. Okay. I just want to finally finish on a bit of a flourish, perhaps. I mean, how far above us are they in the lead? Literally only 4 points. It would also just be nice to actually see us put in a good performance where we actually create some stuff again. It's all nice getting some good little wins here and there. I get some good sides, but it'd be nice to play well in the process. I just want a nice, complete game where we create a load, win the game comfortably, and just do stuff. That's the dream. Jurla? Where am I looking? Oh, it's Union Royale de Louviere Centre. I can see why they've shortened it to Jurla at this point. I think they're actually quite a big rival of ours. Or rather, they show up on like the Rivals or Derby page bit. I think. Curious to see how Guillaume does as the main shadow striker today. Considering that's not the normal role he's played. And I want to see if Corone can use that work rate he's got to occupy that good role in the midfield. Right. And it's a great pass. Guillaume's in. Great first touch. He's through. And it's stuff like that. It feels like we concede that goal nigh on every time. Actually, to be fair, Van Reyt has pulled out a couple of really good saves from those lately. And it's over the bar this time from Velociraptor. But that was a nice pass from Corone. Really, really good play. I think that actually did get saved in his defence, but he has to be burying that, really. There's very little excuse for not absolutely mashing that into the back of the net from there. But it's a great chance. Really nice ball from Corone. I wonder if the playmaker elements of his game are going to come out a little bit more with him playing in the central midfield. Maybe they gave an erroneous corner. Still going to yell at them. Can we get any like bright green maybe? The one thing about not playing a striker as well is it means that I have one less talk to do at half time. Efficiency, chat. He was going to say he could have killed a child, but there was no one there to kill. He screamed, but there was no one around to listen. Much like most of our team, Houdini's doing just... It's actually nuts how bad he plays. This is where we now concede. Or maybe we can finally get a counter-attack going. But I suspect what's more likely to happen is back post header or something. Wow, hey, they hit the post. Honestly, it feels like we haven't seen a post hit for either team in quite some time, actually. So I'll take that. Guillaume's been poor, sadly. LeBro's back in. I guess... I don't know who to bring on the bench. It doesn't matter, does it really? Whoever I bring on is not going to do a very good job. We're going with Booty Man. 0-0 would be a little disappointing, but we would be 4 unbeaten. So I guess that's something. And it would also be like a reversal of these ones, because I think we probably have done enough to win this game, but... Fuck, I'm just going attacking for the last little section here. Which means we'll have a few shots from range, probably, but that's okay. Seems like Zebras are coming back a little bit now. I mean, I guess good from the goalkeeper again, but he hasn't really had to defend very much. Well, a pretty crappy 0-0 draw there. But it wasn't a defeat. So we are now only 1 defeat in 6, and I suppose it's slowly started to turn the tide, but that was a more winnable game, and we kind of just... screwed it up a little bit there, but that looked a bit better. There was really only one good chance in the game, which was the one that fell to him. Can we afford the clean sheet bonus? No. It's actually, that's the reason we're in this debt. The clean sheet bonus is £1 million. Veteran that's them promoted, right? They're completely done. Press conference. Surely I'm up to 100% on the press conferences now, right? I feel like I've done every single one of them. So he's going to be suspended for the next game. Has Bro got more yellow cards than goal contributions? Yes, he does. He has the same number of yellow cards as he has goal contributions this season, and he's an attacking player. Tremendous work there. That's actually somewhat impressive. Yeah, look, unbeaten. We've drawn every game. But there's back-to-back wins in there. How dare you? Wappy Bloke, if you're still here, genuinely, this is me. Is this okay if I move to the side when I drink? I want your feedback on this, because I know that you're not the only person that's commented that in the past, and I genuinely want to know if this is better, because I can sort of train myself to do that, and I do want it to be a better experience for everybody. Goalkeeper, well, he's got 0.12. Much better. Nice. Okay. It's probably worse with cans, I suspect, because the problem with cans is they kind of create that kind of slurpy thing. I imagine with this it's fine. Actually, it's probably not, because you can hear that annoying noise with the slurp. But that I don't think I can really do anything to prevent, because you know when you drink out these bottles, it does that the bubbling sound from where it's kind of going through. Let's put my finger over the hole. Does that work? Kind of does, actually. Create like a vacuum in my drink. Anyway, that's enough slurping for me. Yeah, I think it's because cans, I feel like there's more of a natural tendency to slurp with them. I think it's one of those things you just kind of do without thinking about it, because I always forget of, particularly with headphones on, it doesn't sound very loud to me, but I realize it's different, particularly with this mic being really sensitive, so I do apologize for that. Pay extra for the slurp. Maybe. That's for the other channel. You're stuck in the... No, that's actually what it is, particularly when there's less left in the can. What I could do, actually, that would make more sense, is just pour it into a glass and not drink it out of a can. Makes more sense. More washing up as well. And you know how much everyone hates that. You should see the... Pog just randomly decided that she was going to clean the kitchen and do a lot of, proper shiny, clean stuff. My God, it was spotless. Don't get ASMR Beppers. Oh, you do, because you still get me opening the can. It still has to come from the can. It just goes into the glass after that. And then I end up with a 6-foot statue of the glasses, like those beer can ones. Baker Street is a bit of it's a very long song, if I recall. 6 minutes. It wouldn't even get past the song request filter. It does. Do you know what? I think it would taste best when it's got ice in it. Oh, Whopping Bloke, thank you for the gifted sub. That's very unnecessary. You didn't have to do that. I just want it to be a good experience for everybody, right? That's what I'm trying to do anyway. But thank you. That's very kind of you, friend. Pog gets misophonia. Her one is crisps. Whenever she hears people eating crisps on trains, that's her big thing. She'll text me being like, someone is chomping down on a pack of Walkers right now and it's doing my fruit. You could get ASMR poor as well, actually. Potentially. Because I think you'd hear the bubbles more in a way if I put it right. Do you know what I mean? If anything, you get double the amount of ASMR. Plus, this was my last strawberries and cream Beppis. I'm going to have to wait until I next go to Tesco's. I don't know when that's actually going to be. ASMR porn. Wait, what would that? I guess that would just be like an audio book, wouldn't it? Oh, actually, it's May now. How's the Spurs in the Champions League final, chat? Sorry to pull you all away from our wonderful misery there. But Spurs are in the Champions League final. For the World's OK stream, I'm afraid I can't do that anymore. I'm only below average. Some ice cubes, yeah. So Spurs versus PSG in the Champions League final is fun. ASMR. I don't know where the latest newspaper is, actually. Pog's probably nicked it because it's got the crossword in it. So Fiorentina and Villa obviously have already won the Conference League in this stage. Fiorentina, I believe, are already off the list anyway, aren't they? And it's Napoli-Chelsea in the Europa League final. I think we're actually good. I don't think we're going to lose a single team this season. I think that's 2 years in a row now without losing anybody. Just think, chat. There was the outsidest of chances that we could have potentially lost SV Strip thing, and I wouldn't mind. Of course, they were. Didn't they lose back-to-back European finals, Fiorentina? Yeah. Do you know, I wouldn't mind taking on Strip thing if the job actually came up. That would be quite fun to take on a team that's actually been a surprise European contender. There's a few teams that I've got my eye on in this save as like potential later in the save kind of jobs. Eyüpspor being one of them, and Stripfing as well. And also, maybe not that random Andorran side. The random Andorran side that now has loads of money. By the way, Andorra, you'll like this, are now above Northern Ireland in the coefficients. Because Andorra this season have put down a 2.8 point season, which takes them to 6.4, and they've gone above Northern Ireland, Liechtenstein, Kosovo, Wales, Malta, and San Marino. Because they had a team actually get to the group stages. Is Eyüpspor what Hulk Arena? Do you know what, right? We were actually looking at Eyüpspor earlier, and all the jokes that we had, that's far better than anything we said earlier in stream. So fair play. That's sensational. But yeah, so Santa Coloma actually have £6 million in the bank as a result of qualifying for the group stage and winning a game. They beat Shamrock Rovers, which is an awful, like, slight on Irish football there if Shamrock Rovers are losing to an Andorran team. They were fully scammed. I don't think I actually showed you their path, did I? How are they getting on right now in real life? They're in real danger of getting relegated to the third tier of Austrian football. But yeah, so this was their path this season. They played Fenerbahce in the Europa League playoff and lost 6-0. Then got into the Conference League and actually took a point off of Eyüpspor. Lost to St Mirren. Drew with Lincoln Red Imps, beat Bati Borisov, lost to Fiorentina Olympiacos. It's also just occurred to me that wasn't actually the team I was trying to show you the games of. Only signed players Boston. Yeah, and I'll have to wear a flat cap the entire time. It was the wrong team, Matt. This is not the club. This is not the droids you're looking for. That one. Yeah, so basically, they knocked out by Bati Borisov in the Champions League, but then they beat, oh my God, they beat Ballina Mallard, or Ballina Mallard, the Duck team from Northern Ireland, 2-1, 2-1. Then they also beat Teuta, then Shamrock Rovers. Who was it they beat? Oh, they beat Lincoln Red Imps in the group stage. Lost every other game. Insane work. That's a lot of money for them. Like an extremely large amount of money. Their badge is great. We actually got offered a job interview with them. But how do you actually say it? Because in my head, I'm reading it as Ballina Mallard or Ballina Mallard. I'm not sure where the emphasis is. It's a really long word with a lot of consonants and like syllables. Roman's keeper legit Andorra. Yes. Yes, he is. I remember seeing that when I was looking for that random Andorran team that was really bad. Ballina Mallard. That sounds even better. Super point. Not really. They've actually only gained 2.8 points this season because they didn't actually win a lot of games. They got a lot of like blah, 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 my lord. on the Lin. Oh, what? So it's like Ball Linamallard. Yeah, Iker Alvarez, 56 caps, does actually play for Roma, in fairness to him. Have they got any surprising players in here that you wouldn't like expect to see? It doesn't appear so. It's mostly just guys from FC Andorra and then a few others. I asked because I do want to try and get the name right, particularly as it's a fun one and they have a duck on their badge. Asomba's going to be missing for this game anyway because he's on international duty in May. Has he been called up for Chan or something? Yeah, I suppose it is too early in the save. I keep getting into like building a nation head where I just think that we're further along than we are just because so much cool stuff has already happened. By year 4 will be okay. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good for Andorra, right? I just don't see them replicating it pretty much. So Haidini is suspended, and that is weirdly a blessing in disguise. Do you know what? We never really took much of a work rate. Teamwork is 6. Concentration is 2. Did I just solely sign players who have 0 concentration? That's insane. Who gets the start for the last game of the season? I'm going to go Sven, because Haidini literally can't start. Asomba's away, so it'll have to be Chamsdina. Karon I'm willing to give it another go to. You're right, he's not Africa-based, is he? Yes. Is there anyone I'm missing here? No, I think we're good. Oh, Asomba can't be on the bench, can he? So we'll put... hey, we'll finally put Bimini on the bench. They all just need to be given, like, military doses of Elvance. Not that I don't know what a military dose would be, but look at this as well. These teams have got some really fun lineups now. Like, Ethiopian, Gambian in there, Surinamese. Do you reckon he knows about a coconut? What a great team name. Only signs players he can relate to in it. Okay. Let's finish off with a flourish here, lads. Then we can plan to get rid of most of you for next season. When you're replaced with the youth in food. Now, next year, we will be bringing in more experience. Not that that's an attribute, but they will have better attributes anyway by virtue of that. We'll be signing a few free transfers. Basically, I just wanted to sort out our finances. I think in the summer, getting a few free transfers that can really strengthen this team, not relying so much on loans unless we can find some good ones, I think is the way to go. Add some experience in with the youth and start to build a more balanced team. But I think just getting the finances under control in the first season here is probably a smart plan. Karon's through again. How has he missed the target off the other side of the post? Yeah, that we do get to sign 18. Plus, we're going to get all of our youth signings coming right at the start of the window, aren't we? That was a good chance for Karon, and he's guffed it up. But we're unbeaten in the last few matches now. I think it's 4 unbeaten, 1 defeat in 6. Things are improving slightly. I want to see Sven have an absolute monster game here. He's not going to do it like that, is he? Learn them back, you have to get them into your club before they turn 19. So it depends on the nation. But as far as the European homegrown rules are, as long as a player signs for you before they turn... oh, wow, that was very fortunate. If a player signs for you before they turn 18... Sorry, before they turn 19, then they can count as homegrown trained in nation. If they then have to be at your club specifically for 3 years to count as homegrown trained at club. Yeah, a couple of Mets guys on loan. Yeah, sorry, arrives. They have to actually physically join your club. So you can't... if you loan them out, though, they'll most likely lose their trained at club status, but they'll keep their trained in nation status unless you loan them to a club abroad. So we often sacrificed a lot of that with building a nation. These other guys have a really narrow pitch. Oh, go on, Lawrence. Oh, it's deflected. How has that gone down as his goal? That's never going in the back of the net. It is 1-0 to Seraing, and it's Christopher Lawrence of all people. But there is 0 chance that ball was going in the back of the net until that hit the defender's foot. I'm certain this is going wide. There's no way that's going in, but hey, we'll take it. It definitely looked like it hit the defender's foot to me. I felt like maybe the game actually was trying to say it was a curling shot, but it went through the defender's foot. But it looked like there was almost like a ghost touch on it. Because you know, like when you see a player have a shot and it's literally directly on target and it will clip the defender randomly and it's still given as an own goal, even though it's clearly going in. FM's really quite bad for that sometimes. But we do lead again. It was a nice little daisy cutter, to be fair. God, look how congested it is over on that side. No wonder Smakes can't get on the ball. I wonder if it's just that some of the teams in Belgium play systems that... Then again, this is quite a narrow pitch. When it's significant, yeah. Or when it just randomly clips off your defender. The worst ones are the when they try to intercept a low cross and it just goes straight in past the goalkeeper off their foot. Oh, nice. That's good. Guillaume has got runners. One of them was Smates, but he's gone out wide to DeVos instead. We've got bodies in the box. Can we make it 2 with a good cross? It's Carone. It's a good save. We're playing quite well here. Surprisingly, we're genuinely playing quite well. That probably should have been a goal, actually. Now, we've got to be scoring those, but... Oh, that's a good touch from Matuta. We'll give away a penalty now. Good block. Don't do that, Sven. We have no one on the pitch for you there, bud. We've got to be sensible about it. Why are you punishing the ball from there? We're going to concede, by the way, chat. Like, our goalkeeper has just punched the ball for absolutely no reason, which means the goal is 100% coming off the end of it. There it is. Stevenson Judy with the equaliser for Deist. Why has he come up? Yeah. What was he even thinking? That's your eccentricity right there. Ludicrous behaviour. Just catch the ball. There's no one around you. Lovely little spin from Judy there. Ah, in fairness to the goalkeeper there, that does deflect off of our centre-back. Made that very difficult for him. Although, he also made it very difficult for him by punching it for no reason. Little column A, little column B. We really need to not lose this game, because this actually keeps us ahead of them in the league. What was Wendy thinking of? Oh, they actually responded quite well. Can I get at least a little bit of bright green on one of you? Yeah, he just heard the homoerotic volleyball music from Top Gun in the background. And just thought, now's my moment. God, Caron's been really poor today, apparently. But it's okay, because that means we can just move Guillaume back. Bring on Lebro. Massanello? Deflected and not to anyone, but I don't think that's the highlight. I think we... Oh, are we about to second face someone? It's also hilarious noting that we haven't actually scored a single corner goal since I changed the set pieces either. I think we're just really bad from corners in general at the moment. Maybe just don't have the height or the delivery. Oh, don't lose the ball here. Come on. Just spike it. Oh, like fully upwards. Like underhand. That'd be good. Right, that should be an easy one for us to... Never mind. He's going to just run straight through and score, isn't he? Oh, he absolutely should have done, considering our goalkeeper dived the wrong way. It's good when your goalkeeper's diving the wrong way from shots, isn't it? Tremendous. He's dived for safety. He's gone full like David Raya. So I'm going to drop Guillaume back into central midfield. Back Lebro on. Smates has been crap again. So let's go with Ngoy, I guess. Champs has done okay. The bench doesn't fill me with a lot of... Do you know what? No, I'm feeling Regan Booty here. Just because I feel like there's something here. His eccentricity is really high. It's like 15. Like, it's one of the things I really dislike about him is he has incredibly high eccentricity and a really high tendency to punch. Or is it? No, he's got rushing out tendency of 17 as well. So he rushes out and is incredibly eccentric. He's good in the other things I want out of a goalkeeper, but he does have those glaring holes in his game, which I really wish he didn't have. And I'd rather my goalkeeper not have them at all. Oh, go on, slide him through. Here we go. Lebro gets it back to his left foot, bends it. Oh, it's filth! Mathis Lebro, Seraing. That was Robbie Swinburne-esque. And again, you're not wrong. Is it the players? It's the players. Like, what a beautiful pass, but look at this. That is fully Robbie Swinburne. Little dink from the edge of the area from Lebro. Been on the pitch moments. Like, the roll is the problem, but every other roll is worse. So it's the sort of best of a bad bunch, so to speak. Every other role in that position has made the tactic worse overall, including the role itself. Great goal, though. So it really is, for me, just about finding the right personnel for it. And I think eventually we will manage to succeed to do so. Wait, is that going to be a booty? Oh, no, Regan! You've got to be burying that. Or at least getting it on target. Oh, I thought that was the moment that Regan finally scored a goal from open play. And I would have looked like an absolute genius as we're about to concede a set-piece goal. No, we're not. It's going to be even worse. We're going to see the second phase of set-piece goal. Third phase. Fourth phase. Okay. And Ngoy's actually done 6 points. He's not lost rating upon coming onto the pitch. And that's all I can really ask for out of a winger. Come on, lads. See this one out for once. Quite narrow. They've actually thrown some bodies towards us towards the end of this game. Usually what happens in these moments is that we concede a late set-piece goal. Usually around about 94th minute. Well, I'll be damned. We've actually won another game. And a game that should have probably been a draw. We really have pulled it back on that right towards the end of the season. Is this the turning point where we actually have taken some quite good points hauls from our last few matches where, in actuality, we should have got less? It feels like we're finally starting to... It's right, you don't need to tag me in it repeatedly. It's all good. Like, you don't need to spam me. Oh my god! Is this all the same position? It can't be, right? It's a lot. Oh, dear. Even a keeper's on the green rating, that's true. From 10th to 10th, I know. Look at us go. We're moving up in the world. Trying an AMCR as a Shadow Striker, since you have a move back attack on that side. Oh, we already have a Shadow Striker. I don't really want two of them. But it's not the worst idea in the world. We already have a Shadow Striker in the team, and I feel like that would... Well, so you mean like that, basically? If the game would pay attention. So, like, essentially that. It's not... I don't hate it. Shit. I hate the fact that it removes the role that you had them set on. I actually can't remember what the role was. Was it invoke wing support? Please don't tell me. Oh, for crying out loud, FM. It's completely reset all the instructions as well. Was it attack? Okay, I'll switch that in a sec. Shoot less often. It was sit narrower and roam from position, wasn't it? Yeah, I know. I would just wish that it at least... Because it just makes it really difficult to make changes like that. We'll put it back on attack. There we go. Could have done undo. I don't think you can do that on this screen. Either way, I think that's basically it. I don't hate the idea of the second Shadow Striker, potentially. Oh, on there. Okay, fair enough. It might be something to experiment with at times next season, but I do feel like we're on something. It feels like... I think basically we just need to sign a right-sided midfielder. Which we can do in the summer, because we'll hopefully have the cash to do so. 2010 with the original intention of operating a temporary headquarters for one summer. That's kind of cool. And did it work? Or one real striker? No. Real striker? Get out of here. I'm committed. Oh, here we go. How much of our money have they stolen from us? I don't think it'll be an entirely new squad. There'll be... Because we've got a young team that I want to develop. Between the Shadow Striker and the inverted winger. I think that would just leave us with too much of a gap in the midfield. The reason I like the CM, and the CM has actually been the best performing player in the team for the most part. So I don't think that's an area I'm really happy with. I love those deep runs. How much do they take us on? So remember, we had £3,000 a week available in wage budget, spare, and about £25,000 in transfer budget. Oh my god. They've just stolen our entire wage budget. That is unhinged. They've just taken our entire wage budget away. We had £3,000 saved up to sign a week to sign players in the summer, and they've just removed all of our money. And the most I can get out of this is going to be £600. Notwithstanding the fact that I'm going to have to dump a lot of that into scouting. Insanity. I finally get them back on not sound financial footing, but at least like they're not hemorrhaging money in the same way they were. Well, we can still find a way to make this work because we can finance it ourselves, but god damn. There are clauses, but we can't sell. I don't think there's any new ones to sell, not yet anyway. Oh, that's frustrating. This happened to me with Beaconsfield too. Can you have face in the game come through your own youth academy? Yeah, you can. If you, I'm pretty certain you can anyway. Providing you're managing a team that actually has a player set to come through anyway. Oh, that is a gut punch. I love that they're asking me for this when they haven't even offered me a new contract yet. Who missed the most amount of time this season? Mostly people I've never heard of. Oh. Trials was an idea. Well, I mean, at this point, it's not going to matter anyway because they're probably not going to give us much scouting budget anyway, so we're not going to be able to do any scouting. And the scouting budget they do give us is going to be minimal. I can go back and find that bit. In fact, what I'll do right now, I'll just... Oh, hang on, I've clipped it too soon. Matt, go back in the recap when you're watching this part of the VOD because you'll see this clip. Go back and capture the part where you find out about the transfer budget because that'll be extremely funny when we eventually get to this recap. Oh, dear. Under 19s are under 19, second team, but mostly friendlies. Oh, we've ruined that as well. I love that they expected me to somehow find £14 million in one season. Sorry, lads. That's not really my problem. Playing the 19s, basically, whatever has the highest rep would in theory be better for them. Wage budget / wage budget removed. They basically stole all of our money. We had £3,000 a week ready to spend on players in the summer that I'd saved up by being really frugal this season, and the board took all of our money away. Yeah, friendlies don't have any rep. It is mad that they expect... It's the fact that they expected me to fix the club's financial damage in one season. Where was I going to get £13 million in one season in a third tier of Belgium? And also, why is that my problem? That seems more like a them issue. Van Wraith now being linked with moves immediately. I'm not done yet. We will find a way, but it is certainly a problem. Now, what I would say is a lot of the money that we've been able to earn this season has been through selling clauses and making things happen, and then just shuffling it across slowly but surely. So I believe we can do it. If we can do it once, we can do it again. Wait, is it? Oh, is this the relegation playoffs? So who's in the relegation playoffs then? Is it the bottom? So it's just the team in 15th, right? I assume. Yes. And then it's the 3 teams from the beneath one. Yeah, someone else got a coaching course, naturally. Do you reckon they might? No, they won't. They won't because of the money. And I don't think I can even ask again yet because we've had it quite reasonably. They haven't even offered me a new contract yet. No. I know. Just qualify for the Champions League. You're spot on. Honestly, you're spot on. Van Wraith is the problem with Van Wraith and the sale is that we would need to have a replacement for him. Then again, right? A mop with a face drawn on it would probably have done as much to prevent goals this season as he did, right? So in a way, actually, you're probably not wrong. If the right bid comes in and we can get the right clauses, I'd be tempted. And the same applies to Haidini. Yeah, we'd need... The issue is, at the moment, we don't have enough... Articular apparently could be going to Chelsea here. The issue we've got is... Hang on, let me just try and sort my thoughts out a little bit. We can't sell players for big money initially because we don't have the reputation to get any big money up front. So we still have to wait to get the clause to potentially come to us. So I think the most we're going to be able to sell a player for really is going to be around 20k. Why has Twitch just said that I've met a sub goal and nothing happened? Twitch is just like, hey, I've realised something. That's very kind, chat. Oh, there it is. Knapsack, thank you very much for the prime. Of course it had to be a prime. Twitch do be like that. That's very kind of you, friend. Thank you very much, chat. Huh. We will find a way to make money. We always do. Besides, there is a few more. What we really need is that Lucas Jacques clause. Something to happen with it. Either they let us sell it to them this summer and we can get like £1 million from it, which will give us 100k, which we can dump in across. Or he actually moves somewhere for huge money potentially. I'll tell you what, our under 18 squad have kind of... That's their under 18 squad, Matt. Really gone off the boil a bit towards the end of the season here somehow. They're still going to win the league, and they already have, but that's surprising actually that they've done that. Yeah, we have finished in terms of matches now, but I want to try and push on to see how close we can get to the 1st of July. The new scouting budget. We haven't got a new scouting budget yet. You get, for some reason, you don't get your scouting budget at the same time. It comes like a few weeks later. And I have no idea as to why, but the scouting budget, apologies. The scouting budget comes in, yeah, quite a lot later. The Hoogstraat guy, probably. Although I suspect that he's probably in... I'd be amazed if he's not on a pro deal or some kind of deal. Yeah, we have to get a new contract first as well. Yeah, true. Right, what am I looking for? Dev Center, under 18s. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot to go that way. But just take me. I love that. You're in control of it. Okay, cool. So when I click that, maybe just take me to it then. This guy, Johan Colpart. He's on £400 a week at 16 years old. Oh, you're right, yeah, because there's still the relegation playoff game, which isn't until the 17th. I don't know if that's one leg or two. It's actually 2 legs, so it'll be the 20th of May, probably. Solid bid to get... I doubt that we'd get it anywhere near 100,000. It's because our rep is so low, there's like a hard limit on how much they're likely to give us for a player. So we could definitely get a bidding war, but we're talking about like increments of £1,000 rather than increments of like £1 million, you know? Most of our money is made through the sell-on fees and the sell-on clauses and the percent of profit clauses more than anything else. And the league rep, yeah, true. Sorry, by rep I just meant in general. It's unlikely to yield much for us. The only like hope we'd have is selling one of them in the summer and hoping that throughout the season they then decide to allow us to... So, do you know what? I've immediately taken that back. Chateau Roux discussed terms which could be worth up to £150,000 for Ishmael Van Wraith. Once again, chat, stand corrected. If they come in with those kind of money, we could actually get him up to £250,000 maybe. Which is 25 grand for us, potentially. And more money for the club. Yeah, just need another 13 mil. Wouldn't be the first player that we'd sold to Chateau Roux either. One of the other guys was already there. That's surprising. Yeah, that plus a sell-on. Don't know how much he'd be worth there. The board wouldn't... I mean, we can ask, but there's no way they will. Because... that one is a percentage of transfer revenue. They simply will never because of the money we're in. Oh, hello. Joppe Muller. Give me Jopp. Me Muller. He's gone. Geographically close to Belgium. Maybe. I think they're a second tier. No, is it second or third tier? They might be third tier. One of those clubs that possibly yo-yo between the two, in fact. No, that they are Ligue 2. In fact, Paris FC are after him too. And Roda. De Graaf Sharp. So we're looking at like second tier France and second tier Netherlands. I think of the two, I'd prefer to send him to France because I think he'd be worth more money then. Metz could potentially match it. I don't know if they'd want to. I think Metz are a better team than Chateau Roux. But he feels like a player that we can potentially let go. Not ready to Belgium. Okay, that's good. If anything, that means that his legend has spilled out. Actually, I do want to quickly look at the league stats to see if maybe our goalkeeper over the last few matches managed to finally get back up onto that tally again. Also, did we win the most important award? You scumbags. Hang on, let me find the other one. I swear there's an expected points tally in here too, is there not? Ah, wait, no, it's on this one, and then you can change it here, I think. Ah, no, we came third in the end. Yeah, it's only our first season. We're not going to just randomly leave a club every single year. That, to me, that's sort of actually the thing I would despise most about a Journeyman save, would just be changing clubs every year. That's, to me, is not fun. It happens sometimes because of forced scenarios, but I don't see any reason why it would happen here. Yes, we came third on that in the end, actually, as it happens. Gets dumped into the second team instead. True. You haven't got more injuries, have you? Have you considered getting rid of your physio? I heard it can work. What I wanted to see as well was our goalkeeper. Oh, wait. Even more goalkeepers played. So our guy is just not even close to it. Yeah, he's the physio injured as well. Which was where it said, like, expected goals prevented per 90 minutes, but it doesn't have that. There's our guy on there. Expected saves per 90 minutes. He's actually one of the lowest. So we're just not actually really conceding many shots for the most part. Which is not disappointing. It's a good thing, but yeah, just let them in too much. Put it this way, I don't think a goalkeeper could perform any worse. And I think there's definitely options out that we could find. We just kind of need a guy that has similar attributes to this. Actually, look, Roda are in for him too. Who are... Wait, are they bottom of the league? I mean, they could clearly do with a goalkeeper. They are literally bottom of the Dutch second tier. I don't know if there is a young Roda. It feels like a team that would exist, but they're certainly not in one of those two leagues. That's true. If you don't even attempt to save the ball, does it even count? There you go. So yeah, club's financial situation. So what is that now? What's the debt looking like? It feels like the debt has not changed. No matter what we do, it feels like the debt is always 3.4 million, even though we're paying £135,000 of it back each month. I know that's because our finances have gone down in terms of the money in the bank, which is taken into account for this for some reason. But even when it happened before and we got a load more money back in, it seemed to just stay the same number. But it's weird that this number would go... No, this number was 13.9 before. Strange. Speaking of England... Man United back in Europe again by the looks of things. Chelsea have already won the League Cup or something, I guess. Palace relegated. As if Brentford have actually stayed up. They didn't win any of their first... Was it 9 games of the season? They lost like 8 of them and drew the other one or something. And then they've actually stayed up. What about Luton? Did they stay up in the end? Swansea Leicester in the playoff final. Luton stayed up with a 12-point deduction. That's actually very impressive that Luton managed to stay up while getting a 12-point deduction. Millwall relegated. Everton back up again along with Saints. Damn, Middlesbrough fell off. Redditch did not stay up, I don't think, somehow, no. Lincoln City won the League One playoff final along with Portsmouth with 100 points. 100-point Pompey there. Lincoln and Stoke up. Barnsley, Wrexham, Colchester and Blackpool down to League Two. Wow, Wrexham reversing. Surprising. Wickham promoted from League Two, I guess. That'll please Wanderer. I mean, maybe not because it's League Two, but still. You take what you can get, right? Stevenage and Barrow relegated. Bias is showing, yeah, a little bit. MK Dons, unfortunately, promoted out of the National League, beating Southend in the final. Fleetwood come up as well. South Shields and Yeovil, Altrincham and Kings Lynn down. I think they did leave, yeah. FM's quite like that, isn't it? Boston United. Redditch won 2 more games. Remarkably. Still conceded 108 goals. Who else did they beat? They beat Needham twice and Farsley once. But to be fair, they won more games than Needham did. Their only 2 wins were against Telford and Peterborough. Yeah, 10 points is not ideal. 108 goals conceded is also not spectacular. Jesus Christ. What about the southern one? Dartford and East... Well, Dartford, wow, only 88 points. And they lost most of the... They'd obviously won the league ages ago, really. Haringey, dead bottom. Chelmsford City out the National League South. That's quite bad, actually. Also, how did Hemel Hempstead get on the end? Because they were a team that were top of the National League. Wow, they came 14th. Oh. Hemel Hempstead were top of this division at one point. To be fair, they were expected to come bottom. So, fair play to them. Yeah, here we go. After, how many matches is that? 16 games, they were top of the league. Ended up coming 14th in the end, but they should have been bottom, so fair play. They'll get relegated next season, because that's just how it works. As for weird managerial appointments, Pep's still at City. Michel still at United. Xabi Alonso at Newcastle now. David Wagner at Norwich. Ryan Mason is now in charge of Nottingham Forest. Nick Montgomery is in charge of Sheffield United. Thiago Motta at Spurs in a Champions League final. John Eustace at West Ham. Wolves have got... Wait. Oh no, for a second I thought that was the guy they had in real life, but he's Brazilian, isn't he? Not Portuguese. Arsenal have got Arteta still. Villa have Stefano Pioli. Thomas Tuchel's at Bournemouth now. Philippe Clement at Brentford. Brighton have got Enzo Maresca. Wrong club, though. Burnley have got Paddy McCarthy. Chelsea have got Eddie Howe. Palace have got Thomas Sageda. And Fulham have Alfred Schroeder. Leeds have got Kieran McKenna. Liverpool have Zinedine Zidane. There you go. Actually, I do just kind of want to quickly look at the Championship ones too, because sometimes weird stuff in the Championship. Just quick Swansea City. Skubala at Swansea. Stuart McLaren at... Benny McCarthy at West Brom is fun. Birmingham haven't got a manager. Blackburn have got Tony Mowbray. Wow, how unusual. Bristol City have got Tony Cousins. Burton have got Will Still. Do you reckon they're having to pay every time he manages? Cardiff have got Ian Evatt. Charlton have got Wayne... Hey, Rooney's moved on from Wigan, apparently. Stuart Glennie at Derby. Everton have got Michael Carrick. Huddersfield have got Richie Wellens. Hull City have got Stephen Robinson. Ipswich have got Dean Smith. Leicester have got Leonardo Jardim. Luton have got Andy Parker, who's a regen manager. Middlesbrough have got Henning Berg. Neil Harris is at Millwall, of course. Peterborough have got Steve Kirk. Preston have got Ben Woodward. Reading have got Ruben Sellers. Rotherham have got Liam Richardson. Johnny Jackson at Southampton. Stephen Schumacher at Sunderland. There we go. Ah, shit. I think I've just accidentally gone into the Europa League final. Game's tricked me. I don't want to hear your Europa League music. Go away. This is where there's no way to get out of it. And the game now crashes. Ooh. Interesting to see Napoli win that. Oh, after extra time as well. Oh my god. 45th minute +1 and 105th minute +1 for Okoli. 2 goals from Pepe for Chelsea as well. Okay. I love that the music's still playing even though I'm not in the match anymore. Oh, GG's. That Bajezri. I didn't know the game would just keep playing the music here. Stanley Cup. Yeah, exactly. No, it's not touching the Stanley Cup. You never touch the oh, what is it? The President's Trophy potentially, or the Prince of Wales Trophy. The Eastern and Western Conference trophies, never touch them. And you've got the lyrics. I believe it's whoa, 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 whoa. Don't know if that's verbatim or not. Wanted by Al Athlete. Okay. God, 101 caps for En-Nesyri. It's weird seeing a player like this and looking at him going, damn, he's good. And he is. And it reminds me how bad our players actually are, as Kate Winslet sings us out here. You got to have that big woe in the middle. Yeah, absolutely. It's important to time your woes correctly, chat. James Redwood, Bradford City. Yeah, so their relegation to the National League this season has allowed you to play a lot more. Half the season, roughly, a goal and 2 assists. Mostly starts as well, only the 1 substitute appearance. So in a way, them staying in the 5th tier, actually, for another season could potentially be... Never touch the conference. Never touch that trophy you get for winning the semi-final. Deal up in the summer. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, we might have a lot of Patreons up in the summer. 66 players found. Oh, yeah, because some of them are on permanent contracts with us now. So they don't show up on this technically. Oh, no, hang on, they can. Wait. It's like that, isn't it? There we go. You can actually show players that you're at your club and they're on your shortlist still. Out of interest, who's doing good? I assume we got lots of contracts up this summer. There's loads of these contracts, but that's okay. These guys aren't leaving anytime soon. I love that Richard Lelibero actually... Oh, yeah, he is joining someone. Quite a lot of contracts up this summer. That's okay. We'll figure that out. As for most caps, Minassian's killing it at Derby County. He went on loan. Most international goals is also him. League appearances at this stage is Donald Smallgoods. God, Danny Lavelle's doing well as well. Most goals is Red Argyle. JCM at Lewis as well is absolutely cooking this season too. It's good stuff going on there as well. Yeah, he's having a lovely time selling hats and surf lessons. Your guy was quite good if I remember, Bay. There he is. Yeah, he's decent. The fact that he's actually got under 21 caps for England, 20 years old, 23 grand a week at Fiorentina, and is playing games for them, albeit still off the bench quite a lot, in Serie A and in the Conference League. I reckon Bay could be quite decent. The fact that he's even getting games at all is quite impressive. Maybe you need a loan spell, but I guess if they're going to... Wow, your jumping reach is particularly poor for 5'7". And Adam Morgan... Yeah, I think you're one of the guys that's got a nice long-term deal. But... Yeah, you've got a 3-year deal. But that's probably hindering your development right now. Yeah, Paul did start at HJK. That was Paul's meme choice this time, was to start at HJK. And I begrudged it. I think that was the case. Or did Paul not decide on a club and I picked HJK to spite him? I can't remember which way around it was. Paul, let me know. Yeah, I think the problem with Adam here is he's not going to get released by Bournemouth anytime soon. But they need to give him a loan. Like, he's got under 21 caps for Wales. It reminds me a bit of Inferno's story from the last one of these, where he didn't basically play a single league game until he was like 24 and was released by Chelsea. He then went to Norwich, killed it, got promoted back to the Premier League, got into like a Europa League final with them, then had a really big move and enjoyed the rest of his career earning huge amounts of money and playing loads. But he ended up on these really long deals initially and he just never got any game time. But you are at least listed for loan. So, hey, maybe there's a chance there. I want to at least get our scouting budget today so I can see how much money we've got to play with. He went to Strasbourg, but I don't believe he even played that much for Strasbourg. I think he made like 3 appearances in like a 3-month loan at Strasbourg towards the end of the season and then was released by Chelsea and then his career took off. Much in the same way that Danny did, where he was at Newcastle, then like Bristol City, I think. And they just never played until he went to Birmingham and then absolutely crushed it. He's a Bretonic lad. Oh, good. Wow, I'm glad that Yannick's got a coaching license. £3,000 they were willing to spend on getting my assistant manager a coaching badge, but they won't spend any money on me getting a coaching badge. That is actually a bit silly. Now that I think about that in the macro level, that is just plain stupid. That your assistant they could spend £3,000 on your assistant's coaching badge, but you aren't allowed one at all because of the finances. But I'm not deciding whether these guys are getting badges. This is happening outside of my control. I have that delegated. So they actually did stay up, did Locker and Temsa. Assistant's advice almost seemed better. Do you reckon next season, chat, I should just listen to the assistant's advice for every single match and just see what happens? No matter what, just listen for selection advice before every game. Maybe I think I know better when I don't. Sponsorship's basically the same. Broadcast revenue's down. Corporate money's better. Matchday revenue's way higher for some reason. Maybe we just let our assistant do it. What's his name? I've actually forgotten. Oof. Yeah, Yannick Poletti. We'll give him... He will manage the team next year from the shadows. Wow, we paid $2 whole grand. I hate the fact that there's no prize money for this league. Like, the league positions themselves earn you zero money. That is mental to me. Is that how it actually is in real life? Because that just, to me, seems absolutely balmy. That there's no prize money for any of the league positions. Not even if we won the league would we get any money. No wonder Belgium's got these financial difficulties for these clubs. Yeah, this is a real league. Which makes you wonder if it is like that in real life or whether SI just got really lazy when programming it.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon.
Yeah, it's so weird,
now.
Inferno, that happened. Because I just left it blank and it just randomly decided to make you be born in France. Even though you're English and had no French second nationality, it just made you be born in Pluscat. So weird. Oppenheimer, thank you for the follow. From the TV deal, I suppose. Yeah, the quarterfinal, we didn't, and even when you do get to the quarterfinal, the money's still pretty naff. Wasn't it like 10k or something? We got a player in Team of the Year while coming 10th. I'll take that. The fact that it didn't give you... Yeah, it's weird. It does do this. This is exactly the reason I explained this before, but this is why Aaron Walker in that agent video had Egyptian second nationality, and I made that whole storyline up, because in one of my tests, he randomly was generated as to be born in Sharm el Sheikh for no reason. And I loved it, so I decided to put it as part of the main story. It is weird that it didn't force a second nationality, because with Aaron it did. Kind of Beppis, but if it's cream and strawberry play the Beppis, then do you know what? I'm alright with that. That's suddenly worth it to me. Born in Harlem Shake, yes, indeed. Stood perfectly still for a moment, and then he didn't. Cream and strawberry, it's like strawberries and cream, but reversed. You have to eat it backwards. Did Chelsea sack Howe? To be fair, they did lose the final. And came 8th in the Premier League, so they probably had higher aspirations than that. But it's okay, because he's got them into the Conference League for next season. And that means he must have won them the League Cup as well. So they got to Europa League final, won the League Cup, and they've sacked him. I guess they probably wanted to do better in the league. It does seem like the English clubs are pretty bad on that. I think those trials are the guys that we took from the other clubs, aren't they, where none of them were any good. At least on the plus side, it's the second season in a row that we've not lost any new teams. Still trying to plan out our time. I still think Brest would be a really fun team to try and go for it with at some point, but I think they've actually been on quite a poor run and might even be in Ligue 2 themselves these days. Oh no, they did stay up. In fact, they're doing a bit better. Oh no, they went down and then came back up again. 15th in the league this year, so they're painfully mid. PSG won the league. Who could have predicted that? Oh, Auxerre. Good God. That's especially bad. Yeah, I really do want to see a Newcastle Spurs League Cup final. I think that would just be a little bit more interesting. And that's all I care about. Why aren't things done for me? Just think of the memes we could have at Brest as well. Modena have sacked their manager. We can sneak in there. Something else that I've realised hasn't happened a single time in this save just yet is no other club has offered us a job interview when we're actually employed either. New contract. That was what I was on, wasn't it? They haven't put my money down. 1-year contract. I mean, I can't ask for anything more, so... I'm pretty certain it was a 1-year deal on the same exact amount. But at least they've offered us a new contract. Has anyone ever had the club not offer them a new contract, but not sack you? Or is that just like a guaranteed thing that just happens every single time? Wage budget, though. Yeah. I probably should have... I don't think I would have even been able to negotiate anything in that, right? Right, so Villa versus Fiorentina. FM-style marathon shooter. Oh, yeah, like 20 rounds, where goalkeepers have to take multiple penalties. That's the dream. Villa win their second Conference League with Ollie Watkins. Wow, Fiorentina really have a piss-poor time in the Conference League, don't they? Like, technically... Wait. Oh, it's not updating it. Technically, this is actually their third Conference League loss in the final. Second job. Oh, really? Because with Beaconsfield, I've been offered a lot of jobs, even though my team isn't particularly good or doing particularly well. It would be interesting to see if we were to be offered any jobs. I wonder if it's just because of our shitty managerial badges still is putting other teams off. But I don't see that changing anytime soon. I honestly don't think we're going to be getting any managerial badges until we're at our next club. Oh, actually, wait. Oh, hello. Wait a second. There's been some updates. These guys have been readjusted now that we've got someone looking at them a bit differently. So Seraing has been updated to 4 stars. Bradley's still 4 stars, annoyingly, but we're seeing some good stuff there. More importantly, though, Philippe Giry at 15. A little bit of extra on that one. And Omri Azubel, who I guess at least can play here. And I just really hate his physicals. I mean, it's better than nothing, right? At least they've adjusted them slightly in a good way. Van Wraith has been called up for Belgium under 21s. Oh, that's good, actually. That's absolutely fine by me. Because... yeah, Giry is looking like the one. Yeah, the strength is the one. That, like I was saying earlier when we were talking about this, the strength is the one that will go up a lot. But it's the pace and acceleration that will simply not. So Isaac Earle, you remind me a little bit of the situation that Adam Morgan is in at Brentford. Bournemouth. Although you have at least played 2 games. But that's with Everton in the Championship as well. And it was 2 starts, admittedly. You just need to move it. It's kind of shit that you're not even listed for loan and still have 2 years left on your deal. This is really going to be harming your development. If I recall last time, your guy burst onto the scene at Everton quite well. Loaded. We only have the top 3 leagues in Belgium loaded, I believe. Because I think those are the only ones that are in the base game. And it's a similar situation with Lewis Baker at Southampton. Not listed for loan, although it might change as the summer goes on. No appearances. 19 years old, in fairness. Just needs to play. It's capped at under 19 level. There's obviously something there. You need game time. Potentially. Ramster, thank you very much for the raid. How the devil are you, friend? How was stream? It's unfortunate. You guys will eventually find... You guys are basically going to be like the Danny Humes, the Infernos of this save, I suspect. Sometimes it's actually best to get released from that Premier League club earlier. Where did we end up? We ended up 10th in the end. Had a really poor run, but did actually at least finish off with like just the 1 defeat in our last like 7 games. Won 3 of our last 4. Started to pick up a little bit, but yeah, Kermit left early. True, but you left early in a different way. You actually had a transfer. Although it seems like you've kind of just gone out of the frying pan into the fryer because now you're just not playing for a different club. Got 2 streams in 1 day. It reminds me of the old Showdown days. I miss Showdown. That would have been fun. So Henry's called up for under 20s. Luxembourg under 21s for David. I didn't say David Goggins. David Gonçalves. And then a full call up for Abdullah Mbemba. Which doesn't matter because he's a loanee. Yeah, not getting minutes in the Championship. The thing is, your only minutes in this save are actually for filed in the National League. And it makes me think that a Leeds loan to a League 2 club, maybe, is probably where your level is at right now. Because if you could do well at a League 2 club, then go to a League 1 club and work your way in at that point, that's usually what I see from the best developing players. They sort of move up by a league or 2 even every season. Community given a lack of... Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think his Ben seems to have stopped streaming FM again now, hasn't he? Because for a while, he did that save where he was like, all of a sudden, he was back again. Haidini, I love that, as little as 17.5. Well, why is it only as little as 17.5? Why is he only worth that, yet our goalkeeper is worth a fortune? Is it because of his rep? Half-star rep compared to our goalkeeper, who must have higher rep, right? Because he's... Yeah, he's 1-star rep, in fairness. Maybe Ben's actually building FM25, potentially. It's weird how little Haidini's worth. Although, I can't really argue with that, given how bad he's been this season. Like the game has sort of stumbled itself into being largely accurate about Hydini's price point. Oh, there you go. Steve's just signed a new deal at Ajax. So I guess that's something. In the same room together. Yes. Oh, hello. That's a big one. Is there anything useful in here, though? Probably not. Why are we... Unless these guys' contracts are up, potentially. That might be why they're being shown. Actually, that means these guys might be trialable, potentially. Can I just offer everybody in this thing a trial? I can. Well, not to all of them. I might just do that. Because most of them I suspect are being... Most of them I suspect are here because their contracts are expiring soon. So if they're in that expiry window, I should be able to offer them trials and them actually accept them. Some of these guys are players we already know about that were on loan prior to us, but there's some guys in here that might be useful. There's a guy called Joe Gubbins here at Falkirk. Huge wages, though, and I think that's going to be what really costs us, unless these guys are willing to... I might just, honestly, just acknowledge all of these and just see who comes in on trial. Watch them all say no. 44 notes. That's... Okay, here we go. It seems that actually... Christ, was every single one of these guys just an expiring contract? Because if so, I'm fine with that. One. Kyle Edwards said no. What you got against me, Kyle? That's annoying, actually, because he looks quite good. It's one of the ones I would have been probably wanted to sign. Okay, a few more are saying no. But Yuval Kfir has come in. Or is going to, anyway. Sergio Matos is coming in. Romain Jean-Baptiste, he's a goalkeeper. Hey, there you go, goalkeeper, potentially. James Nolan. Carl Edwards. Yes, he's just backflipping off of cars. Burton Chaliskan from Eupen. Lamarana Jallo is a good name. Check Thiam. Okay. Some options here, potentially. Lots of snubs, too, I'm noticing. I thought that was Ryan Kent for a second. Yeah, I think there's a few of them that were rejected, but that's okay. Quite a few rejections. If any of these guys are half decent, then I'll be happy. Yeah, we can't afford to sign any of them unless they'd settle for a non-contract, which we can do at this stage. Try and sign Paul Onuachu. Something tells me, and I don't know why I think this, that we're probably not going to be able to sign Paul Onuachu in the Belgian third tier. Although, maybe he's fallen on really hard times. Like, extremely hard times. Okay. Fast. No concentration levels, but he has composure. Finally. No consistency, though. Maybe. I'm sure we'll find better than him. Sergio Matos. I recognise this name. Okay, he's quite fun. Still doesn't got very good concentration, but he at least has okay... he doesn't have okay teamwork either. Very good dribbling, though. Good finishing, good composure. Can play off the left on his left foot. Off the right on his left foot and off the left on his left foot. Matos is kind of fun. And he's fairly young. You're not very good, are you? No. Low eccentricity, though. And low rushing out, which immediately makes you more appealing to me. James Nolan. Oh, hello. Oh, my God. Legitimately, is there any position other than... He's my perfect player. Can he play striker? No. Can he play anywhere else? Yes. All of them. James Nolan can play literally every single position on the pitch other than other than number 10 and striker. Gets forward whenever possible. He's very... I like it. And he's consistent. Likes big matches. Not that that matters here. Leading Challenger Pro League player. Wait, really? Isn't that the league above us? But he's only 3 stars. How can he be a leading player in our division if a guy that's got less rating than him is considered... Maybe that's because the star ratings are lying. They would never. Johan Boko is a striker come winger, but he's got no pace. Then the pace is the issue. God, if he had just like 13 pace, he could be it. Is the potential... Oh, was it? It says... Leading Challenger Pro League player. Potential to be a leading Challenger Pro League player... Wait. Oh, you're right. It literally says good National 1 player underneath. That's... Once again, FM, with the horrendous phrasing. Leading Challenger Pro League player. Potential to be a leading Challenger Pro League. Right, but... You don't need to say it twice. Unnecessarily confusing. Another winger. Right-footed, though. Not the quickest. Good determination, though. Why are they all injury-prone? Ooh, hello. Oh, now then. He's fun. Yeah, I know, but there's no, like, separation between it. There's not even a full stop at the end of it. Like, come on now. This guy's very good. Physical's great. Technical's solid. Mental's solid. I don't know, Val. Who knows? If only there was something that could tell us. I like Lamarana Jallo a lot. The question is how much money you'd want. So why are you here? Check the 17 jumping reach is fun. I get the feeling none of these guys would actually sign for us anyway. Stojanovic. Ooh. He's a bit tasty. And he's composed. The physicals are crap. Never skin. Saz24. If you do !skin, you'll get a download link for it. Frankie Kent. He's very... he's nice. Really well-rounded. I don't like brings ball out of defence on a standard centre-back, though. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers. Oh, 16 pace. He runs really fast, just falls over a lot while he's doing it. God's Power Tower, I don't believe is in this save. I don't think he's been in FM for a while now, actually, has he? Actually, probably in like one... Oh, he actually is in the save. There he is. I mean, we can't say anything about him, but he's actually earning reasonable money. It's crazy that we're looking at players like him and being like, yeah, that guy's out of our price range, because what... I don't even know what league in Tunisia this is in, but he's still on more money than anyone on our club. Like double, in fact, incredibly. Wage demands on the inbox screen. Does it? Let's have a look. I don't remember seeing that. If it does, then sick. I don't remember seeing that. Spurs lost the Champions League final to PSG. Yes, to be fair, this thing here is rarely ever correct. Most of the time, this number here just doesn't mean anything, basically. The amount of times I've gone into, like, contract meetings and it's said one thing and then it's been like 7 times that, or the opposite way around where it will say like they want 8, they'll say they want that and they'll actually settle for 200. I find that this is almost the only way this would be useful is if you have them. Was it gone? Yeah, I tend not to pay much attention to that, basically, particularly he wouldn't sign for us anyway, it seems. Although part of the reason, maybe in this case, the reason is because he wants so much money. That does mean, though, that maybe we could use it as a little bit of... So Nolan wants too much. They all want too much, really, don't they? Anyone I would like be willing to sign. Oh, actually, this guy would be potentially willing to take a non-contract deal, maybe. Foreign affiliate loan players do. Yeah, totally. You just ask your board for it. And so... But they won't always let you. But most of them, remember, having a foreign affiliate to loan players to isn't always going to be a good thing because there's a limit to how many foreign loans you're allowed to have anyway. So you'll only be able to loan like 6 guys by doing that to foreign affiliates, I believe. Or it might be 8, I forget. He wants reasonable money to the point where he might be a worthwhile signing. Basically, the good ones want too much money and the bad ones don't, which actually makes complete sense, right? Jallo's the one that was really intriguing to me. This guy's actually not too bad and his wages aren't horrendous. I mean, they are, in the sense that it would cost more money than we actually have available to us. Particularly, as remember, on the 1st of July, we've got 18 players joining us. The Doffering. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is it just lies so much. The amount of times on Sirens we'd see a player that says they want like $5,000 a week, and then you go into the contract talks and they'd want like $50,000 a week, and you're like, well, what's the point in it saying that? Particularly when you just come out of a meeting with their agent as well, where they'd specifically told you their wage demands. You go in and actually try to approach the player, and they want 5 times what they just told you they'd want, and it says due to things that have happened, and I'm like, nothing's happened. We're on the same exact time as when we had the initial talk. We could burden them potentially. They might want less money after they've been released by their clubs. Because they currently... The issue we've got at the moment as well is because they have contracts technically at the clubs they're at, they are sort of still imagining that they should be getting the same money that they're on at the club that they're being released by. So usually they do drop their wage demands when they're being released. The only time they don't is when they're released because they have forced the move. So when they've like FRT'd or OPT'd the club. Leaks interest. Yeah, but it usually tells you if that's the case. And if I'm approaching an agent in the exact same minute of the day that I'm approaching the player, it seems weird that it would say due to things. Because I know there's that thing where it says like interest in player leaked or whatever. That's fine. But then it should only happen when that happens, but it doesn't, does it? And half the time when I'm going for these players, there'll be no other clubs interested in them anyway. It's just FM not working properly, really. We can't expect it to be perfect, but there's a few things that would be nice if they were a little bit better. That's just another one on that pile, I suppose, right? Basically, Crankador, in the end, youth intake was extremely mid, although it does seem to have got a little bit better upon actually signing some of the players up. We continued to be quite mid, but finished off the season in relative okay style. 51 points. It's not even that bad. Like, the board are happy with that, right? Top half. Wait, hang on. I assume that's because we've accepted a contract and they're... That's got to be the next season that they think that, right? They haven't just randomly adjusted our performance based on that. I think that's just because of the new contract. Mid-table in National League 1. I'm very confused as to why it's saying mid-table all of a sudden. When that isn't next year's expectation either. Next year's expectation is mid-table and it's saying top half, but our expectation this season was mid-table. Have they just like... That's annoying. 12-year development cycle. Oh, good point about the second tier. If I recall, it wasn't looking good. It's going to be Dienza and Mechelen that are coming down. That's going to be quite tough. At least it's not more B teams, I suppose. But, yeah, not amazing. Because Mechelen are quite a good team. We're in the fourth tier of Belgium. There's so many B teams. It feels like the second tier, if anything, is a little bit worse. Because, actually, at least they can't get promoted out of the second tier. The problem we've got in our league is that the B teams can get promoted. So they could take promotion. We could have a season where the two teams that get promoted are both B teams. And actual teams are denied promotion because of it. Sorry, did I say we're in the second tier? I meant first tier. Sorry, I meant first tier. I didn't. I meant third tier. Got there in the end. Also, why have we still not had our scouting budget? Bring the Anguian Hoyd next season. There'd be no point. He's worse than our current Hoyd. And did I say fourth tier? I don't know whether to believe you or not, chat. Apparently the PowerPoint presentation we got going there is going to help with that. Yeah, I'm going to be in tears in a minute. It's those bulldozers again, chat. I can't believe that. For a second, though, I was fully convinced earlier that, yeah, Freudian slip. It was just a me being an idiot slip, twat jockey. Might have said 50. Maybe I meant 7th tier, chat. Yeah, I don't really like these B teams playing in lower league stuff. 0th tier. Well, we are still on, like, what day are we on now? We're on the 35th of January, so there's still every chance. They're going to drop some news right now. I can feel it. We never leave the 69th tier. Oh, Corley's coming to a contract end soon. Devos is leaving, and so is... Diop leaving is fine. DeVos... 2 goals, 4 assists. He's actually underperformed, has he? I'll make a decision on him a bit later. Linton! Wait. Oh, it's in Scotland. Yep, 35th of January. No, Anderlecht's B team, they've won the league, but they're not allowed to be promoted. Dakrisuka Court. Lads, crack on. It's the on-running joke we have about the fact that SI said they'd release information about FN25 at the end of January, and so we're just assuming that we're on the 35th of January right now. It continues. January continues until we know for sure, you know? Oh, buyout fee. Right, okay. Come on. Please be someone big. Please be Jacques. Martin Srebljanovic. Is that not? No, he's not. Is that not? No, it's Istra. This guy's going to be worth nothing. Yeah, 11 grand. 30% of his next transfer fee will be owed to him. Why did we sell this guy? They did actually say which January. I thought that initially, but they did say. In fact, we'll just take the money. They actually did. For January. No, I know. It's like... Actually, I was going to get dark already, but it's actually kind of not. It's pretty nice out there. Lawrence is a Patro Eilsden target. Not Eilsden, Eisden. He's another player that I would be kind of tempted to... No, he is quite good. I don't think Dakrisuka Court even offers any money there. Silence doesn't communicate. I think this is true. Yeah, I just keep hoping that it's going to be that Club Brugge guy. I think that's the moment that could save our next season, is if we could sell that clause for the Club Brugge guy, we would actually get money to play with. But I don't know if Club Brugge can afford to pay us. Actually, they probably can. They've been playing in Europe, so they'll be okay. But that's going to be the issue. Or they just sell the guy for loads of money and then we get loads. But they need to sell him for a pretty big amount in order for us to get a decent amount of cash for it. Zeep, thank you for the 43 months.
I missed most of this stream. Can I get a TLDR, please?
We're mid. The right side still sucks, but we did start to get weirdly better towards the end of the season, and I don't really know why. The youth intake was painfully mid as well, although upon signing up some of those players, things have slightly improved. I had set aside £3,000 a week in wage budget to strengthen the squad next season. When the board set our new budgets, they took every single penny of our wage budget away from us. Bo is, I think that's worth the same amount that he was when he initially joined them. But it does sort of mean that we could maybe get like 100k back from him potentially. They skipped 25 entirely. I mean, it would make me fear for my job, but at the same time, that's an entirely selfish thing. At the end of the day, I'd want to be... Wait, we're paying his... Oh, for like a month. Could have been 50 quid a week for a month. Cheers, lads. I just want the game to be good, right? And I'm having a great time with OTI, which definitely helps. Nothing to comment on. Very true. No, I think that's possibly what's going on. I think you'll see a statement eventually about it, but it'll be at a point when everyone already realizes there's going to be a delay, so there's less like immediate... Yeah. Backlash. I mean, there'll be backlash either way, right? It's hard to comment on anything until we actually know what's going on, and currently we just simply don't know what's going on. Like, obviously if I knew, I wouldn't be able to say if it was something like that, but I simply don't. Like, I'm just as in the dark as you are. Social media silence will continue until morale improves. It's weird because it's not uncharted waters. Obviously, there was that time back in the day, but like since I've been doing content and playing Football Manager, it's the first time we've been in a situation like this to not know what's kind of going on. Sarri just left Benfica. So there is an element of scariness about that. But that's just because it's like, you know, this is my job, so I have to make sure that I can continue to do it, hopefully, right? But as it happens, things seem fine on that right now. I'm working harder than ever, honestly. I haven't really had a day this year where I haven't put everything into it, in theory. A lot more than I was last year. Just trying to do my best, right? I'm talking to creators. To be fair, they don't owe us anything, right? And there's also, the fact is, it's like, if they've got nothing to say, then they have nothing to say to us either, right? And then there's always the worries of leaks and things like that, which, other than that thing with the tactical roles, seems to have been pretty tight. Yeah, at least it does. The one thing, if it was delayed entirely, is it would at least stop me from having to buy a new PC quite as soon. Which, in a way, isn't the worst thing. It's given me a chance to potentially... One of the reasons that I started working on Beaconsfield again was because I felt that there was a chance that this could happen. And so I figured, you know what, fuck it, let's just start working on something that's going to be a big project in the background that could be like some massive video to work on. Calling my name. Yeah, it might be calling my name, but my bank balance ain't calling it. More worried about paying the council tax. Right. I'm just going to offer him a contract. Non-contract. Fuck. Might actually have to offer him a proper deal because I've put that stupid loan bit in there. To be fair, for a guy like that, let me get rid of the appearance fees right now because there's no way you're getting appearance fees if you're getting 200 quid a week. You're Belgian too. I probably shouldn't have done that, but... Fuck. Well then, never mind. Oopsie. God damn it, man. Well, that's why I'm completely content with doing Outcast or Icons, because, like, put it this way, if it, say they just randomly come out and go, actually, no problem, it's coming out in March, not an issue, there's no way that we complete this safe, because we're still not got any coaching badges. But if they delay it till, like, fucking September or some shit, or basically just make it F26, then we've got loads of time to finish Outcast or Icons and have a bloody lovely time over the summer. Yeah, it's because I'm so used to it. It gets you because you have to suggest terms and then finalize deal with a double click. But that is based on the assumption that they're actually going to agree to the deal in the first place. The amount of times I've done that. That's certainly one of those hoisted by my own petard type of moments there, I would say. God, I really need to turn the heat on. It's getting kind of chilly in here now. I don't know if they mentioned anything about 24 to 25 where it comes to save importing. Not that I would anyway, because we'd hopefully be the one thing that could be a benefit as well about the game cycle going all the way through to essentially FN26, right, is that means that we then wouldn't have to rush building a nation with Poland. And we'd actually get a full, proper potential game cycle to do that rather than trying to rush it. 3 highest... Oh, no. You've got to be so careful with those. Not to be positioned. I don't know. The thing is, as far as I know, they still haven't actually replaced the job role that Holly was doing at SI. Because Holly had a very specific job role there. And I thought it worked really well. The communication had never been more transparent and frequent than when Holly was in the role that I can't remember the exact job title was at SI, to the point where she would organize like random one-on-one chats with creators just to see how they were doing as well, but also just to sort of see their thoughts on the game, get feedback and sort of progress like that. It was awesome. And they've just never really replaced that. Obviously there's guys on the comp team, they do a great job, but that's not their only job. They have so many things and so many different things that they have to do that they just simply can't take time to do that kind of stuff, right? But yeah, and Holly's not been there for literally years at this point. LeBro's completed his language. That might be a factor as well, that LeBro actually couldn't... Wait. You're Belgian? French fart? That's weird. Usually they have that built in, don't they? I suppose he was born in the Dutch part of Belgium, right? Because turnout is definitely Flemish Belgium, right? Well, what I mean by that is that, like, it's weird to me that he's Belgian and doesn't speak that, but of course if he's not from the French part of Belgium, why would he, right? It just, yeah, I didn't even think about that at the time. He doesn't speak Belgian, chat. That's a good question, whether Roy is speaking, because we are obviously in the French part of Belgium in Seraing. We were actually discussing that the other day, Superfang, how they just forgot it. Mostly refused to. Is Roy learning it? He failed to Belge. Dutch fluent, French good. Do you think that's because he got some Dutch when he was in Luxembourg? No, maybe? It's interesting, actually. I think that might be the reason. So he's been speeding up a little bit, because I think when you take over as a manager, I think you just learn whatever the languages are of the country, even if there's 2 of them like that, rather than it being like geographically isolated in the same way we would with these players. Yeah, Roy wasn't even in Italy long enough to learn any Italian. That's one of the most noteworthy things I pointed out when we were in Italy, or before we left Italy, is that he wasn't even there long enough to learn anything. Man couldn't even say buongiorno. Chat, I have never seen, ever, this news article. Like, legitimately, never seen. What does this even mean? I've never seen this before. The club has a positive transfer budget, so the board have relinquished control of player sales. To who? To me? We won't sell players against my will. Do you know what the thing is, though? I didn't realise they were doing that anyway. They've never done that at any stage so far. Oh, is this that negative transfer nonsense you were on about? Yeah, this must have happened before. I didn't even realise. Okay. But we've had positive transfer funds the entire time. Why has that gone up? I mean, I'm fine with that. That's given us more money. Okay. So this is like a Belgium thing. Also, we've had... I didn't even know this was a new feature. I've never... Maybe it's just because obviously I've never managed in Belgium before, but legitimately never seen that before. But actually, chat, is this a good thing? That's really all I need to know. Is this a good thing? Does this help or hinder us? Yes, okay, good. That's all that matters. Is it a good thing? There we go, cool. So basically, it's going to stop them from selling players out from underneath me like we've had issues with in the past. That's okay. It's weird, actually, considering we were in quite a lot of problems in January, that they didn't start trying to sell our guys in January. Considering we did have bids. I had bids from second-tier sides for players like Haidini, and they never even attempted it. Maybe they were just such bad bids anyway. Well, at least we're now up to £1,000 a week in wage budget to spare, and a couple more clauses being sold, and we can start to bring that back up again. I'm not giving up on Seraing. I think we can build a title challenging side this year. We kind of did that already, and if we can just put that into action for next year, it's going to be good. I'm feeling confident about it. Yeah, I'm going to have to... I just realised we've gone an extra 15 minutes even though we weren't doing anything. I just like talking to you lot. Give 50k for a star player that we usually do it without asking. That makes sense. That's actually... I'd rather it be done like that than the way it used to be in FM, where they would just randomly do stuff for absolutely no reason. Maybe they'll give the coaching calls. Don't be silly. I think we're still considered insecure, aren't we? If anything, our finances are worse now than they were before. Yeah, we're still insecure. And our youth facilities are now 1 point worse. And naturally, we can't upgrade them, because of course not. Oh, I've been a bit tired, you know. It's a rarity. Right, let's have a look at who's live this afternoon that we can send you lovely folks over to. Clates is live on a Tuesday. The lesser spotted Tuesday Clates stream. We love that. Even better. Perfect. So, yes, thank you, lovely people. I will send you all my love to you and Clates for Thursday stream. We'll be doing some, well, it's going to be transfer stream on Thursday. We all love a transfer stream, so that's going to be banging, because we're going to basically have to rebuild this from the ground up, but at least with, hopefully, the board not interfering. But yeah, so I will obviously be away this weekend in Vienna, but so we can get all the transfers done and get the team ready and set up for next week as well. So yes, thank you for joining me today. I need a piss. Hold your gun, capybara. I didn't even raid there. Bye-bye.